Chapter 277. Running Away Without Fighting? You are a demonic beast. Tung Qingshan's laughter reverberated in the sky as his body landed heavily at the foot of the mountain. The ground trembled and a huge pit appeared. Soon after, a figure holding a long spear dashed out of the deep pit and rapidly chased after the red-eyed snow lion. His speed was even faster than the red-eyed snow lion's. Whoosh, whoosh, one human and one demonic beast, one chasing and the other fleeing. While the red-eyed snow lion was running away, its huge head turned back to look at what was behind it. It suddenly realized that the human speed was even faster than its own. It immediately understood that the human strength had completely recovered. Roar! The red-eyed snow lion roared angrily. It's useless no matter how you roar. Tung Qingshan laughed and chased after the snow lion like a shooting star. The distance between the human and the demonic beast was shrinking. From the original 30 zhang, it had shrunk to 20 zhang. However, Tung Qingshan and the red-eyed snow lion's speed was too fast. After chasing for a short while, they were already 20 to 30 li away. On the vast prairie, a blurry, huge figure was followed by an inconspicuous human figure. Phew! Phew! Ordinary prairie natives with weak strength probably couldn't even see the demonic beast's true appearance. Actually, when he was following the footprints, Tung Qingshan had already taken out his reincarnation spear. Facing the red-eyed snow lion, it would be difficult for Tung Qingshan to defeat it without a weapon. After running for tens of li in one breath, Tung Qingshan was already very close to the red-eyed snow lion. Stop right now! Tung Qingshan roared angrily and stomped on the ground with his left foot. With a boom, the ground trembled. Tung Qingshan instantly borrowed the force and flew up. The reincarnation spear in his hand had already transformed into a silver lightning and pierced towards the demonic beast's hind leg. Phew! The red-eyed snow lion's tail was like a soft iron whip as it whipped towards Tung Qingshan's reincarnation spear at lightning speed. With the length of its tail, it could send Tung Qingshan flying when it hit the reincarnation spear. This tail is troublesome. Tung Qingshan's reincarnation spear spun, and a strong force acted on the thick and long tail. Pung! With a snapping sound, a lot of the white fur on the tail broke off, but the tail that could be hard or soft wasn't damaged at all. Chi! Just as Tung Qingshan brandished his spear to block the tail, he discovered that the thick and solid hoof claw was already grabbing towards him, and a sharp gust of wind was already blowing towards him. Tung Qingshan, who didn't have time to block with his gun, could only growl and kick the hoof with his right leg like a cannonball. Boom! The earth trembled. Both Tung Qingshan and the red-eyed snow lion were repelled. Tung Qingshan retreated more than 10 zhang, while the red-eyed snow lion lost its balance and fell to the ground. After that, it climbed back up. The red-eyed snow lion immediately turned its head. With its 4 hooves on the ground, it lowered its head and stared at Tung Qingshan with its red eyes as it roared angrily. It was about to go crazy because of Tung Qingshan. Its speed wasn't as fast as the human in front of it. Moreover, it wasn't confident that it could kill Tung Qingshan in a fight. If it was a real fight, the red-eyed snow lion knew that even if it didn't die, it would be severely injured. Is it going crazy? Tung Qingshan licked his lips with a hint of excitement in his eyes. In his previous life, he was a battle-hungry person. After living in the Great Prairie for so long, he had only fought with the red-eyed snow lion once. Going crazy? You don't like me? I will beat you until you do. Don't worry. It will be interesting to subdue a red-eyed snow lion at its peak. Just when Tung Qingshan was about to fight crazily. Phew! The red-eyed snow lion actually turned around and ran. He definitely did it on purpose. Tung Qingshan was slightly angry. Just now, it was baring its fangs at me as if it was going crazy. Then, it turned around and ran. Is he playing with me? On the prairie, a plump, short-haired man wearing a purple robe and a golden mask was sitting on a majestic, blood-red warhorse. This warhorse was one of the 3 dragon horses, the Red Wind Horse. The purple robe and the golden mask were the uniforms of the godly generals of the god of Heaven Mountain. Why hasn't that errata arrived yet? The plump man said indifferently. Beside him, there was a young man holding his horse. This young man said respectfully, Lord Godly General, don't worry. Errata is heading north, and his speed isn't very fast. According to the news, he is 10 li to the south. He should be here soon. The young man was also very fearful and respectful of the legendary 5th Godly General. The 5th Godly General, Erikir, had a very special position in the God of Heaven Mountain. But according to the news, he should be here by now. Erikir frowned. Roar, roar. An angry roar came from afar. Because the distance was too far, the young man didn't hear it. However, the plump man, Erikir, heard it. He looked towards the east with a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. At this moment, Jia, a horseman, quickly ran towards the young man. Nay, the horseman jumped down from the back of his horse, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, Lord, Errata is currently fighting with a red-eyed snow lion about 100 li to the east. Why is he there? The young man was shocked. He then turned his head to look at the 5th Godly General, Erikir, and reported, Lord Godly General, Errata is there now. Lord Godly General, let my subordinates lead the way. Very soon, Erikir said indifferently, There's no need. I know where he is. Erikir immediately rode on the vermilion wind beast and gently squeezed the horse's abdomen. The vermilion wind beast immediately turned into a blood-red blur and dashed towards the east. An angry roar from 100 li away. Although the red-eyed snow lion's angry roar was very loud and the prairie was very spacious, it was still 100 li away. Even an innate expert couldn't hear the angry roar from 100 li away. However, the expert of the Tantra sect, Erikir, could hear it. Fighting with a red-eyed snow lion? It seems that he is not an emptiness realm expert. He is a Golden Dan innate expert. Erikir rode on the horse and looked towards the distance. The occasional roar became clearer. Let's see who this person is. If I can subdue him, I will. If not, I will just kill him. In Erikir's opinion, there weren't many Golden Dan innate experts who could survive under his hands. On the prairie, a series of rumbling sounds that caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake sounded. Tung Qingshan could be seen holding the silver reincarnation spear in his hand. Like an unshakable shield, he resisted the crazy red-eyed snow lion. The claws of the red-eyed snow lion. Horn, tail, breath of cold air. All kinds of attacks came one after another, but Tung Qingshan wasn't injured at all. Yes, it should be like this. Tung Qingshan performed the Transmutation Unity Law Spear art. Facing the crazy attacks of the red-eyed snow lion, Tung Qingshan's Transmutation Unity Law Spear art became smoother and smoother. Every move was compatible with each other, and the concept of the Earth Element Fist was continuously integrated into the spear art. Understanding the concept didn't mean that the spear art could reach perfection immediately. The attacks of the red-eyed snow lion are as ferocious as the attacks of a Golden Dan innate expert. It is wonderful to use it to perfect the spear art. Every time Tung Qingshan defended, some ideas would appear in his mind, and the Transmutation Unity Law spear art would change slightly. Just when Tung Qingshan was immersed in this special training, suddenly, screech, a sharp screech, sounded from afar. Phew! The red-eyed snow lion that was attacking Tung Qingshan crazily suddenly retreated. Why did you stop? Tung Qingshan smiled and glanced at the red-eyed snow lion. Fine. If I can tame you, I'll tame you. If I can't, I'll just kill you. Tung Qingshan didn't have a good impression of demonic beasts that liked to eat humans. After all, Tung Qingshan was a human. The red-eyed snow lion stared at Tung Qingshan, but it didn't run. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Screech, a sharp screech, sounded from the horizon. Demonic beast, fierce wind, celestial eagle, and there are two of them. Tung Qingshan saw the two huge celestial eagles from afar. Their wings were 4 to 5 zhang wide when spread. One of the celestial eagles was completely black, but its crown was fiery red. The other celestial eagle was snow white, and its crown was also fiery red. Fierce Wind, Celestial Eagle. It has a ferocious personality and can spit fire. The adult Fierce Wind, Celestial Eagle had a blue crown. Its strength was comparable to an Emptiness Dan innate expert. When a Fierce Wind Celestial Eagle found the opposite sex, the male and female Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles would transform, and their crowns would turn fiery red. Their strength was comparable to a Golden Dan innate expert. After the transformation, the two Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles would never leave each other. If one died, tragically, the other would commit suicide after taking revenge. Tung Qingshan was very impressed by the legendary Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles. When the two were together, they could transform. However, if one died, the other wouldn't live alone. It was indeed shocking. It seems like these two Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles are friends with a red-eyed snow lion. Tung Qingshan was secretly shocked. At the same time, he paid attention to the two Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles flying in the sky. Suddenly, Tung Qingshan noticed a figure on the back of the white Celestial Eagle. She wore a purple fur coat and a white leather hat. Her face was also covered with a silk scarf. Looking at her figure, she should be a lady with a graceful figure. Could it be that these two Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles were tamed by her? Tung Qingshan was shocked. Phew! Phew! The two Fierce Wind Celestial Eagles quickly landed on the ground. The purple-clothed masked lady got off the Celestial Eagle and looked at Tung Qingshan carefully. She especially looked at the silver reincarnation spear in Tung Qingshan's hand for a while. Roar! The red-eyed snow lion roared and looked at the purple-clothed masked lady. Roar, roar! The purple-clothed lady also roared twice. The red-eyed snow lion immediately became quiet and obedient. Tung Qingshan was even more shocked when he saw this. Heavens, 3 Golden Dan innate demonic beasts. She can actually control them? These are 3 Golden Dan innate demonic beasts. Even Qinghu Island and Xiao Yao Palace only have a few Golden Dan innate experts. If Qinghu Island hadn't suffered heavy losses in the Great Yin Mountain, Qinghu Island would have 7 Golden Dan innate experts. But now, there are only 4 Golden Dan innate experts left. And it seems like she understands the language of beasts just like the king of beasts, Wu Ho. Understanding the language of beasts doesn't mean that she can tame demonic beasts. Demonic beasts have the intelligence of humans. It won't be easy to tame them. Tung Qingshan was slightly afraid of the lady in front of him. Just the 3 Golden Dan innate demonic beasts were not to be trifled with. Hello, hello. A melodious voice sounded. At the same time, the purple-clothed masked lady removed the veil on her face. Tung Qingshan's heart trembled when he saw this. P.S. The second chapter is here. Today, the first chapter was 3 seconds late, past 7:30. It was updated at 7:31 p.m. Therefore, Tomato had to write a new chapter at 12 o'clock tonight, which was midnight on the first day of December. Tomato will update a new chapter. At that time, Tomato will ask for monthly votes, right? There are only 3 hours left in November. Don't waste your monthly votes. Hurry up and vote for Tomato. Chapter 278. Tung Qingshan looked at the purple-clothed girl in front of him, and his mind was in a mess. Whether it was the appearance, the look in her eyes, or the temperament, they were all so similar. She was exactly the same as his beloved kitten in his previous life. If the Li Jun he saved back then was the same as the young kitten, then the girl in front of him was almost the same as the adult kitten. The most important thing was the temperament. Kitten was the same as Tung Qingshan. Both of them had experienced the hellish training of assassins and fought on the edge of life and death. The weak young girl, Li Jun, didn't have the temperament of Kitten. However, the girl in front of him had the same temperament as Kitten. Her temperament also had the same coldness. You are little June? Tung Qingshan was slightly surprised and said uncertainly. When the veiled girl heard Tung Qingshan's words, her face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Big brother Tung, it's really you. This purple-clothed girl was Li Jun, who was saved by Tung Qingshan in the past. When she saw the reincarnation spear in Tung Qingshan's hand, She already suspected the identity of the person in front of her. Moreover, because they were on the Great Prairie, Tung Qingshan didn't think anyone would recognize him. Moreover, the Great Prairie was no longer under the influence of the land of the 9 prefectures. No one was chasing after him. Moreover, Tung Qingshan's strength had increased greatly. Even if a Golden Dan innate expert wanted to deal with him, Tung Qingshan wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he had been training hard on the Great Prairie for half a year, using the heaven and earth as his bed. Naturally, he was a bit sloppy. His clothes were tattered and his beard grew out. The makeup on his face didn't last for a year and a half. After a long time, the makeup on his face was almost gone. Actually, if a relative came, they would definitely recognize Tung Qingshan at first glance. However, if it wasn't a close friend, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, Tung Qingshan's physique had changed. Moreover, he had been living a sloppy life on the Great Prairie for half a year. His skin had become dark, dirty, and bearded. Who could easily recognize him? But Li Jun, who had always been concerned about Tung Qingshan, remembered Tung Qingshan's appearance very clearly. From Tung Qingshan's current bearded appearance, she could vaguely tell that it was the handsome young man, Tung Qingshan, from back then. There was also the reincarnation spear. So, she took off her veil. If it was someone else who saw her appearance, they would at most think that she was a beautiful stranger. However, if it was really Tung Qingshan, he should have recognized her. "You can recognize me?" Tung Qingshan looked at his own body in surprise. He stroked the beard on his face. He was so sloppy, yet he was recognized. Suddenly, he looked at the reincarnation spear in his hand and laughed. "Little June, so it was this reincarnation spear that revealed my identity." Tung Qingshan smiled as he opened the package on his body. He opened the box, disassembled the reincarnation spear, and placed it back into the box. "Big brother Tung, is that the splitting mountain axe?" Li Jun glanced at the axe in the box in astonishment. "Yes." Tung Qingshan tied up the package and carried it on his back. A hint of a smile could be seen in Li Jun's eyes as she said, "Big brother Tung, actually you don't need to hide the reincarnation spear. No one will chase after you on the Great Prairie. Even if someone knows that you are Tung Qingshan, it will be fine. It will be troublesome if someone knows." Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Tung Qingshan didn't mind that Little June knew his identity. When he first met Little June, Tung Qingshan was very concerned about her. Maybe it was because she looked exactly like his wife in his previous life, which made Tung Qingshan feel this way. However, no matter what, Tung Qingshan had to admit that he only had a good impression of Little June. In the past half a year, Little June has become an inner strength expert. In addition, she was 13 years old last year, which was the best time for her to grow. With vigorous inner strength and sufficient energy, her body will grow quickly. She's now half a head taller than last year. Tung Qingshan sighed. At this moment, a roar came from the side. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw the red-eyed snow lion, which was like a small mountain, glaring at Tung Qingshan. "TSK, you want to make a move after seeing me put away my reincarnation spear?" Tung Qingshan smiled as he looked at the red-eyed snow lion in front of him. "If it wasn't for Little June, I would have beaten you up today." Tung Qingshan clenched his fist. A flowing light flashed. Roar, roar. Li Jun roared a few times at the red-eyed snow lion. The red-eyed snow lion didn't make a sound. "Little June, this red-eyed snow lion is really interesting. When it was being chased by me, it pretended that it wanted to fight to the death with me. However, it suddenly ran away." Tung Qingshan smiled as he looked at the red-eyed snow lion. "Now I understand that it was intentionally stalling for time, so that you could bring help to save it." Li Jun looked at the red-eyed snow lion and said, "Red-eyed is too wild and not very obedient. It's not as obedient as Blackie and Whitey." "Blackie, Whitey?" Tung Qingshan smiled. "You are very good at naming things." When Li Jun heard this, she blushed and said, "Big brother Tung, don't make fun of me." Looking at the blushing Li Jun, Tung Qingshan seemed to see the kitten who acted like a spoiled child when he was with her. A trace of tenderness was born in his heart. "Big brother Tung?" Li Jun saw that there was something wrong with Tung Qingshan's expression. Oh, Tung Ching Shan sighed. It was fine when he was with Li Jun last year. After all, she was a young kitten. But now, she was like a living kitten in front of him. This caused Tung Ching Shan to involuntarily evoke the feelings buried in the deepest part of his heart. Little June, how did you subdue these three demonic beasts? Tung Ching Shan hastily changed the topic. Facing little June, Tung Ching Shan could only warn himself in his heart. She is little June, not a kitten. Li Jun wrinkled her nose and said with a smile, "Of course I didn't subdue them. With my meager strength, I would have been torn into pieces by their claws. Actually, how should I say this? Tell me from the beginning." Tung Ching Shan was still very concerned about the orphan Li Jun. Li Jun nodded and said obediently, "Big brother Tung, when you went to the Boorish Desolate and I was in the city, I met my teacher. My teacher said that I was a genius in practicing martial arts. She gave me a cup of snow lotus water. My meridians were almost all opened, and I even possessed vigorous inner strength." Snow lotus water? Tung Ching Shan had never heard of such a treasure. At first, he thought it was the jade essence marrow. Li Jun continued, "Later, my teacher took me to catch all the bandits who kill my family." Those bandits? Li Jun clenched her teeth and revealed a fierce look. "I killed them all with my own hands." Tung Ching Shan looked at Li Jun in surprise. Killing? It was easy to say, but if one had never killed before, killing for the first time would be very difficult. Li Jun was a weak girl, so she definitely had never killed before. If she had to kill a group of bandits for the first time, some people might even have a huge change of heart. "Little Jun, were you afraid?" Tung Ching Shan asked. "A little. I was very scared at that time and couldn't sleep well." Li Jun immediately shook her head and said, "But I thought it through too early. They were all people who deserved to die. Of course they deserved to die." Tung Ching Shan sighed inwardly. A young girl's entire family was killed when she was young, and then she killed all the helpless murderers with her own hands. The impact of this experience on one's soul was definitely no less than that of a killer's hellish training. It was no wonder that Li Jun's temperament had become somewhat cold. Temperament, although ethereal, was actually related to one's experience, temperament, and so on. Tung Ching Shan and Li Jun sat together on the grass. The three Golden Dan innate demonic beasts stood at the side, especially the red-eyed snow lion, which would occasionally glare at Tung Ching Shan. "After returning with teacher, I will seriously practice my whip art." Tung Ching Shan also noticed that on Li Jun's purple fur coat, there was also a long azure whip wrapped around the belt. Suddenly, Tung Ching Shan came to a realization. When a man looked at a woman's waist, he seemed to be very rude and immediately raised his head. Li Jun's face was still slightly red as she said, "However, after Big Brother Tung's accident, the news spread to the whole world. I'm also very worried." Li Jun looked at Tung Ching Shan. When Tung Ching Shan heard this, he couldn't help but smile. At least this girl didn't forget about him. Li Jun said helplessly, "I want to help Big Brother Tung, but I don't even know where you are." At this time, I met my martial uncle. Martial uncle said, "Big Brother Tung, your disguise skill is extremely high, and no one can find you." I believe him at that time. Martial uncle was there, and while I was practicing my whip art, also learned the language of beasts from martial uncle. Language of beasts. Tung Ching Shan looked at Li Jun doubtfully. "Your martial uncle is the king of beasts Wu Ho." "Yes, he is my martial uncle." Li Jun nodded. A huge wave immediately rose in Tung Ching Shan's heart. According to the legends, the king of beasts Wu Ho didn't have a teacher, but Wu Ho actually had a junior martial sister. How could he not have a teacher? Little June. According to the legends in the world, Wu Ho didn't have a teacher. "You guys," Tung Ching Shan said in surprise. Li Jun smiled and said softly, "Of course martial uncle has a teacher. He is my martial ancestor. This is a big secret, and it can't be spread out. Big Brother Tung, please don't spread it out. If others know, I will be miserable." Tung Ching Shan nodded. "Back then, I was learning the language of beasts from martial uncle. Learning the language of beasts requires talent. Many people spend their entire lives without understanding it. But I'm a fast learner. In just a month, he had learned the language of eagles. Martial Uncle was pleasantly surprised and praised me. He said that I was the most talented person he had ever seen in learning the language of beasts. Li Jun smiled. Martial Uncle only has one disciple. This was because learning the beast language seemed to be extremely difficult for others. Uncle Master was over 100 years old and only had one disciple. He is my senior brother Juan. However, I've learned it for 2 months, and I'm much better at it than him. He has been learning for more than 10 years, Li Jun said confidently. After that, I obeyed Martial Uncle's instructions and came to the northern plains from the 9 states. My first task is to take good care of these 3 Golden Dan innate demonic beasts. The second was to find a way to tame a clan of demonic beasts. Let them understand the human language, Li Jun said, just like the Snowhawk Hall and the Shooting Sun God Mountain. After all, it was impossible for every expert in a sect to understand the language of beasts. Therefore, he could only tame beasts. Let them understand the human language. This way, the experts in the sect could easily control them. However, it was very difficult to let them understand the human language. Even Martial Uncle couldn't do it. However, Martial Uncle said that I was the most talented and that I was even stronger than him. Li Jun smiled. Therefore, I leisurely stayed in the Great Prairie. Tung Qingshan was extremely shocked. Let demonic beasts understand the human language? This was 100 times more difficult than learning the beast language. Someone's there. Tung Qingshan's 6 senses were very sensitive. He turned his head and looked towards the west. On the vast and boundless Great Prairie, he saw a blurry blood-red figure dashing towards him from afar. The dragon-blooded horse, vermilion wind beast? Tung Qingshan frowned. Nay, the vermilion wind beast raised its hooves high and stopped. Tung Qingshan looked towards the back of the vermilion wind beast. The short-haired, slightly plump man was wearing a purple robe and a golden mask. His cold gaze fell on Tung Qingshan as he examined Tung Qingshan. Today was the first day of December, solemnly canvassing for votes. The background curtains of the story of the 9 cauldrons were slowly being drawn, and the plot would become more and more exciting. I hope that everyone will support the story of the 9 cauldrons, just like how you supported Stellar Transformations and Coiling Dragon. Vote for tomatoes. Voting method. Click on the Recommend Authors for monthly votes at the bottom of this page. I'm thinking if the story of the 9 cauldrons can get first place in December, tomatoes will probably go berserk, roar. Chapter 279. Tung Qingshan also stared at the purple-cloaked man on the horse. This person seems to be hostile towards me. Tung Qingshan didn't care. At the Golden Dan innate realm, Tung Qingshan was confident that he could deal with any expert. You are the 5th godly general? A cold voice sounded. Li Jun, who was wearing a purple fur coat, stood beside Tung Qingshan. She stared coldly at the slightly plump man and asked, I wonder why the 5th godly general is here? Tung Qingshan was puzzled. What kind of expert was a godly general? The 5th godly general, Eric here, stared deeply at Li Jun and said, Goddess, this hoo-ha is the infamous demon Arata of the Great Prairie. The god of Heaven Mountain should punish him. Why? Is he related to you? He is my friend. Li Jun frowned and said, The 5th godly general is the demon Arata. The demon Arata is only a legend, even though my friend killed some people. Only those people deserve to die. On this Great Prairie, only the strong survive. Which one of you godly generals doesn't have blood on your hands? The one who killed the most people is the demon Arata. Interesting. Li Jun's gaze was as sharp as a sword. She glanced at the 5th godly general and said, 5th godly general, I don't want you to disturb me while I'm taming the demonic beasts. The 5th godly general, Eric here, remained silent on the horse. All right then, I won't disturb you and your friend anymore. After Eric here finished speaking, he turned his horse around and squeezed the horse's abdomen. Jia, the dragon-blooded horse, the scarlet wind beast, neighed and sped up. It transformed into a blood-red blur and quickly disappeared into the boundless Great Prairie. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun watched the fifth godly general leave. Little Jun, who is this fifth godly general? Tung Shan asked in surprise. Actually, Tung Shan was even more puzzled about the so-called goddess. Li Jun smiled and said, "On the god of heaven mountain, besides the god of heaven, there are only the godly generals. Every immortal general had the strength of a golden Dan innate expert. As for this fifth godly general, I've only been on the god of heaven mountain for a short period of time. I've only seen him once when I first arrived. I don't know much about him. However, I do know that this fifth godly general, Eric here, is a powerhouse who is only inferior to the first godly general among the 8 great godly generals." 8 immortal generals? Every golden Dan of the innate realm? Tung Shan was shocked. Originally, based on the situation in the Northern Prairie, Tung Shan had already guessed that the strength of the god of Heaven Mountain was probably not inferior to the 8 supreme sects of a land of the 9 prefectures. But when he found out about it, he couldn't help but feel shocked. "Big Brother Tung, my sect is really powerful. If you join my sect, the 8 great sects won't be able to kill you." Li Jun looked at Tung Shan. "Join my sect. I'll talk to them. There won't be any problems." When she saw the look in Tung Shan's eyes, Li Jun understood Tung Shan's decision. Although Tung Shan had publicly said that he would betray the Gui Yuan sect, it was because he was forced by the situation and he was thinking for the sake of the Gui Yuan sect. Deep down, Tung Shan still regarded himself as a member of the Gui Yuan sect. "How powerful is your sect?" Tung Shan asked curiously. "That's a big secret." Li Jun smiled mysteriously. "However, I can tell you one thing. The god of Heaven Mountain is only a branch of my sect." When Tung Shan heard this, his facial expression changed drastically. A branch? The strength of the god of Heaven Mountain was comparable to Xiaoyao Palace and Qinghu Island. Although it was not as powerful as the Ying family and Emperor Yu's Hall, it was already powerful enough. Tung Shan didn't expect that the god of Heaven Mountain was only a branch. "That's why I said that as long as Big Brother Ting joins my sect, you won't have to worry about being hunted down," Li Jun said. "Right now, I'm not worried." Tung Shan smiled indifferently. "Little Jun, say no more. In this world, there are no Golden Dan innate experts that can kill me. I'm afraid there aren't any." Although his offensive technique was weak, Tung Shan was confident that no one could break his defense technique, the transmutation unity law. If the battle dragged on, Tung Shan could completely exhaust his opponent's true origin and kill him. In this world, all the Golden Dan innate experts combined might not be able to surpass Tung Shan in terms of endurance in a battle. "Did you just say goddess?" Tung Shan looked at Li Jun with a smile. Li Jun smiled. "I was ordered by Martial Uncle to take care of these demonic beasts. I also have to think of a way to tame demonic beasts. In the sect, I am regarded as the future #1 beast tamer. Although the Golden Dan innate experts have a high status, the only ones who can tame demonic beasts are me, Senior Martial Brother Wan, and Martial Uncle Wu Ho. Therefore, my status is higher. As for those godly generals, I can't be bothered with them." Tung Shan immediately understood Li Jun's status. Being able to converse with demonic beasts was a terrifying ability. In this world, there were too many powerful demonic beasts. Many human experts could defeat demonic beasts, but because they couldn't communicate, it was almost impossible to tame a demonic beast. Only by being able to converse, knowing what the demonic beast was thinking, and providing for the demonic beast's needs, could the demonic beast help and become a part of one's force. TSK. There are many demonic beasts in this world. If anyone could defeat an Emptiness Realm demonic beast and make the Emptiness Realm demonic beast work for him, Tung Shan thought and sighed emotionally. An Emptiness Realm demonic beast. Most of them had a longer lifespan than humans. Some even had a lifespan of a few thousand years. If an Emptiness Realm demonic beast could become a partner or a friend, then he could absolutely do whatever he wanted. Last time, the Emptiness Realm demonic beast, Godly Thunderbolt Hawk, attacked Xiaoyao Palace. Could it be that the godly thunderbolt hawk was tamed? Ting Shan couldn't help but think of that incident. It is extremely difficult to tame an emptiness realm demonic beast. With the arrogance of an emptiness realm demonic beast, one must at least surpass it in terms of martial strength. To defeat an emptiness realm demonic beast, Tung Shan shook his head. At least, he was still far from being able to do so. Maybe in the future, when he became an emptiness realm expert, he would be able to fight against an emptiness realm demonic beast. Little June. Ting Shan looked at Li Jun, who had already grown into a young lady, and sighed emotionally. Looking at you now, you don't even give face to a Golden Dan innate godly general. Haha, I am relieved. However, I still have something to do. Let's part ways here. Li Jun's facial expression changed slightly. Big brother Tung, why are you in such a hurry? Li Jun asked. I want to focus on comprehending the heavens and earth, break through the shackles, and reach a higher level. Therefore, I want to travel the world. I want to go to the sea and travel aimlessly. Tung Shan said with a smile. At least 2 to 3 years, at most 10 years. As for the matter of the northern sea continent, Tung Shan didn't want to do anything unnecessary. So long? Li Jun smiled and persuaded. Big brother Tung, you want to comprehend the heavens and earth and have a breakthrough in the martial Tao. You don't have to go to the sea. Isn't it the same on this boundless great prairie? Tung Shan shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing Tung Shan's expression, Li Jun understood that Tung Shan had already made up his mind. No one would be able to persuade him. The current Li Jun was no longer the weak young girl from before. She was now the goddess of the god of Heaven Mountain, and only the gods of heaven were above her. She didn't even care about those godly generals. Her status was revered, and her vision was different. Why does he still want to be alone? Li Jun clearly remembered the information about Tung Shan. She couldn't help but feel slightly worried, but on the surface she nodded and said, going to the sea is good. However, big brother Tung, you will go to the sea for at least 2 to 3 years, and at most 10 years. Aren't you worried about your parents? Tung Shan froze. This was indeed the most important thing in his heart. Plus, big brother Tung, you have been on the run for half a year. I'm afraid you don't know anything about your parents, Li Jun said. Tung Shan's facial expression changed drastically. He stared at Li Jun and asked, Little Jun, something happened to my parents? Li Jun shook her head and said with a smile, Actually, I'm just saying, I don't know much about the news about your parents. However, I think big brother Tung should first find out about your parents' current situation before you go to the sea. Yes, Tung Shan nodded. In the past half a year, he had been worried about his parents, his sister, Tung Jia village, and the Gui Yuan sect. However, he had always been on the run. How could he have the chance to find out what had happened? Little Jun, the god of Heaven Mountain, should have information, right? Tung Shan's eyes brightened as he looked at Li Jun. Big brother Tung, what I meant was that you should accompany me to the god of Heaven Mountain. I will order my subordinates to bring all the information about your relatives and the Gui Yuan sect. This way you can go to the sea with peace of mind. Plus, I can stay with big brother Tung for 1 or 2 more days. Li Jun smiled. When Tung Shan heard this, he shook his head helplessly. Actually, he could feel Li Jun's thoughts. A goddess who was cold to the godly generals. Yet, she treated him very well. She even told him the secrets of the sect. Most importantly, she said that she wanted him to get information because she wanted him to stay for 1 or 2 more days. Actually, when he saved Li Jun for the first time, at that time, Tung Shan could feel the attachment that the lonely and weak little girl had towards him, the only person who could help her. Now that her status had risen, the attachment was hidden deeper. However, Tung Shan could feel it. However, she only looks like Kitten. She is not Kitten. Tung Shan was very clear that although he would occasionally feel emotional when facing little Jun, it was because of Kitten. My lovers, Kitten and Qing, are both dead. Tung Shan sighed inwardly. I should be alone for the rest of my life. This is also good. In order to avoid delaying little Jun, I should stay away from her in the future. Kitten's death was a huge blow to Tung Shan. If Qing used her purity and sincerity to melt the ice in Tung Shan's heart, then Qing's death would cause Tung Shan's heart to be frozen by a layer of ice. The god of Heaven Mountain? Tung Shan looked at Li Jun and asked, "Will you get into trouble if I go with you?" "No." Li Jun smiled confidently and said, "No one will dare to cause trouble." Tung Shan nodded and said, "All right, I will go with you to the god of Heaven Mountain." Although he didn't want to have too much contact with little June, the news of his parents, sister, and other relatives still made Tung Shan worried. He would go to the sea alone after knowing his parents' situation. Chapter 280. On the vast prairie. Li Jun was in front of the male fierce wind, celestial eagle, and she let out a series of melodious sounds. The fierce wind celestial eagle glanced at Tung Shan, and Li Jun tried to persuade him again. Finally, the black fierce wind celestial eagle nodded its head. Li Jun turned to look at Tung Shan excitedly and said, "Big brother Tung, Big Black has agreed. Come, you can sit on its back. This fierce wind celestial eagle really listens to you." Tung Shan walked over in surprise. He then leaped up and landed on the back of the fierce wind celestial eagle. The feathers on the back of the fierce wind celestial eagle were very hard, like steel arrows. Roar! The red-eyed snow lion roared in dissatisfaction. This snow lion is still very unhappy. Tung Shan said with a smile, "Don't worry about it." Li Jun immediately let out a melodious cry. Immediately, the black and white fierce wind celestial eagles soared into the sky and spread their wings. With just a light flap of their huge wings, they would be able to fly at an astonishing speed. Sitting on the back of the divine eagle was a concave area on the back of the divine eagle's neck. Sitting on the back of the divine eagle, the wind they faced was not strong. Looking down, the yurts were like white dots dotting the prairie. Phew! Phew! The two fierce wind celestial eagles flew through the sky. The god of Heaven Mountain stood tall, as if it was going to pierce through the blue dome of heaven. At the foot of the mountain, countless people of the prairie were kneeling on the grass and worshiping the god of Heaven Mountain. Great God of Heaven, I hope that the people of the Luoyan tribe can pass this year peacefully. I hope that a truly powerful warrior will appear among the youngsters of the Luoyan tribe and enter the god of Heaven Mountain to serve the god of heaven. A hunchbacked old woman was kneeling on the grass as she spoke. In the surroundings, there are many people like her. Look, it's the divine eagles. Suddenly, someone shouted. Many worshippers looked up and saw a black divine eagle and a white divine eagle fly directly into the upper part of the god of Heaven Mountain from the sky. The worshippers had seen the black and white divine eagles return to the god of Heaven Mountain more than once. On the god of Heaven Mountain, the two fierce wind celestial eagles circled in the air and slowly landed on the empty ground in front of the palace. On the stairs leading to the palace, there were rows of maidservants dressed in green leather robes. When they saw the two fierce wind celestial eagles land, they bowed at the same time under the lead of a tall and beautiful woman. "Your Highness!" The group of maids greeted respectfully. "Impressive," Tung Shan praised as he leaped off the back of the divine eagle. At this moment, Li Jun, who had already covered her face with a veil, also jumped down from the back of the fierce wind celestial eagle. At the same time, she let out a melodious bird cry and intimately hugged the head of the white fierce wind celestial eagle. The fierce wind celestial eagle also rubbed its face intimately with Li Jun. Finally, the female fierce wind celestial eagle let out a low cry, and the male fierce wind celestial eagle immediately followed suit. Who? The two fierce wind celestial eagles spread their wings and flew away. Just then, Junior sister, a shout came from not far away. Li Jun looked towards the direction of the shout and saw Sun Feng, who was dressed in black, running over with a smile. "Junior sister, you came back quickly. The fifth godly general had just returned to the god of Heaven Mountain, and Junior sister has already brought Hua here." When Tung Shan saw the newcomer and saw the appearance of the newcomer, he couldn't help but be astonished. "It's him? Sun Feng? Isn't he a merchant? Tung Shan finally realized that the reason why he was tricked last time might have something to do with Sun Feng. Sun Feng scrutinized Tung Shan and then glanced at the bag on Tung Shan's back. Junior sister, is this Hua? Sun Feng asked. Senior martial brother's son. Li Jun nodded with a faint smile. This is my friend, Hua. However, I don't have time to accompany you right now. I have to arrange a temporary residence for Hua. Sun Feng scrutinized Tung Shan, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. All right, I'll go back first. As he watched Sun Feng leave, Tung Shan felt gloomy. Last time when he was discovered in Wu City, Tung Shan didn't understand. How did the other party discover his identity? However, now that he discovered Sun Feng, many thoughts popped up in Tung Shan's mind. Last time, I pretended to be a merchant, and this Sun Feng didn't even disguise himself. I guess this Sun Feng is also a small character. However, the exposure of my identity last time should have something to do with Little Jun's sect. Naturally, Tung Shan came up with such a deduction. Hoo-ha! Li Jun looked at Tung Shan and said, This palace will be my residence. As for you, you will stay there temporarily. Li Jun pointed at a pavilion not far away. Tung Shan smiled and nodded. All right, this palace was the goddess palace. If a man were to live in it, the news would quickly spread throughout the god of Heaven Mountain. This wouldn't be good for Li Jun either. I will take you there. Li Jun led the way. First, Madame Gong's son arranged for a few people to clean and tidy up the guest house. Li Jun ordered. Yes. The beautiful woman at the entrance of the palace said respectfully. She immediately called for 6 maids and ran towards the nearby pavilion. Li Jun then whispered, Big Brother Tung, there are many people in the distance, so I will call you. About the information. I will arrange it immediately. Thank you. Tung Shan smiled. A blush appeared on Li Jun's face as she smiled and said, This is what I should do. There is no need to thank me. Immediately, Li Jun and Tung Shan headed towards the pavilion. After a while, a skinny man wearing a black cloak arrived before the goddess palace. Lord Messenger of God. The maids bowed respectfully. Has the goddess returned? The skinny man wearing a black cloak asked indifferently. She returned not long ago. However, Her Highness is currently with her friend in the guest house next door. The leader of the maids said. Friend? The skinny man wearing a black cloak frowned and asked, What friend? I'm not sure. I think he is called Hoo-ha. The maid answered. The skinny man wearing a black cloak stared at the maid and shouted, How did that Hoo-ha come to the god of Heaven Mountain? If Hoo-ha came alone, the situation would be fine. However, if the goddess came personally, it would be troublesome. Her Highness and Hoo-ha rode the fierce wind, celestial eagle, and came to the god of Heaven Mountain. The maid said. When the skinny man wearing a black cloak heard this, his face darkened and killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Li Jun, who was wearing a purple cloak and had her face covered, was leading a group of maids towards the palace. When the skinny man wearing a black cloak saw them from afar, his expression changed. He immediately walked towards Li Jun with a smile and shouted from afar, Junior Marshall's sister, I thought you would stay outside for a few more days. I heard that the fierce wind, celestial eagle has returned. I guessed that Junior Marshall's sister had returned. Senior Marshall Brother 1. Li Jun smiled and asked, You didn't tame demonic beasts. Taming them on the god of Heaven Mountain is the same. The skinny man wearing a black cloak smiled and said, By the way, let's have dinner together tonight. Li Jun thought for a while and immediately nodded. All right. Senior Marshall Brother Son has come to the god of Heaven Mountain for some time. I've been outside and rarely met him. How about this? Tonight, we will invite Senior Marshall Brother Son and Senior Marshall Brother Juan to have dinner together. Let's have dinner here. Sun Feng? The skinny man wearing a black cloak hesitated for a while and immediately smiled. All right. I won't disturb you then. Li Jun then brought a large group of maids and returned to her palace. The skinny man wearing a black cloak walked step by step along the mountain path. Hua? Where did this person come from? The black-robed lean man's eyes were as cold as a viper's. He glanced at the pavilion and sneered, Apart from Master, only my junior sister and I understand the beast language. It's best if my junior sister and I get married. Teacher and the others will definitely agree. As for that idiot Sun Feng, he can only dream about it. As for Hoo-ha, he's not even worth mentioning. The skinny man wearing a black cloak quickly left. Tung Shan was on the corridor of the second floor of the pavilion, observing the surroundings. He could often see groups of elite soldiers walking along the mountain path. The god of Heaven Mountain is indeed filled with experts. Tung Shan observed for a while and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tung Shan suddenly saw a black-clothed figure walking to the front of the goddess palace and entering the palace. It's Sun Feng. Tung Shan immediately recognized the person and thought to himself, why is he going to Little June's palace? Inside the goddess palace, Li Jun was sitting in front of a desk and writing big characters with a writing brush in her hand. Before the calamity befell her, her family was wealthy and she had been reading books and poems since she was young. But now, after cultivating inner strength and identifying techniques, once her state of mind became chaotic, she would write big characters to train her mind, to calm her state of mind. Silence, silence, silence. Li Jun suddenly stopped writing one character after another. Junior Marshal sister, are you practicing writing? A voice came from outside. Senior Marshal brother's son, come in. Li Jun picked up a blank piece of paper and used it to cover her writing. At this moment, Sun Feng walked in with a smile. He glanced at Li Jun and said, Junior Marshal sister seems to be in the mood to practice writing. Senior Marshal brother's son, what's the matter? Li Jun turned and looked at him. Sun Feng smiled faintly and said, according to what I know, Junior Marshal's sister has always been in the land of the 9 prefectures. You have only been the god of Heaven Mountain for a few months. That Hoo-ha should be the legendary demon Arata. He came all the way from the central part of the Great Prairie. Logically speaking, Junior Marshal's sister shouldn't know this Hoo-ha. Senior Marshal brother's son, what are you talking about? Li Jun's face darkened. According to what I know, Tung Shan seems to have done you a great favor. Sun Feng continued. Li Jun narrowed her eyes and glared at Sun Feng coldly as she asked, why did you mention Big Brother Tung? Many people in the core of the sect knew about Li Jun and Tung Shan. No, I was just thinking, logically speaking, you shouldn't know this Hoo-ha. However, you stopped the 5th godly general and didn't allow the 5th godly general to attack him. Moreover, you allowed him to come to the god of Heaven Mountain. I think this Hoo-ha should be Tung Shan. Sun Feng smiled faintly and said, and the package on his body. Most importantly, I found out that you ordered people to gather detailed information about Tongjia village and the Gue Yuan sect. Can't you tell by combining all the information? Sun Feng stared at Li Jun. Li Jun chuckled, and her eyes were filled with killing intent as she said, Senior Marshal brother's son, don't you think you are meddling too much? I will tell you clearly now. Yes, Hoo-ha is Tung Shan. Why? Do you want to tell the truth? Huh? Marshal uncle and the others have a good impression of Tung Shan. Even if the sky is pierced, Big Brother Tung can still escape from the northern part of the Great Prairie. Immediately, Li Jun's face darkened as if it was covered with frost. Senior Marshal brother's son, let me remind you. Li Jun's gaze was like a sharp sword as she stared at Sun Feng coldly. If you act smart again and put Big Brother Tung in danger, I, Li Jun, swear that I will take revenge on you 100-fold. Sun Feng froze when he heard this. He immediately rubbed his nose and smiled. Don't be angry. I was just asking. Chapter 281. Junior Marshal's sister. You know, Sun Feng said with a smile. I was ordered by Master to pay attention to Tung Shan. When Li Jun saw Senior Marshal brother's son, who was famous for being frivolous, she knew that he had already lowered his head to her. Plus, both she and Sun Feng were core members of the sect. He didn't want their relationship to be too stiff. So he looked at Sun Feng and smiled brightly. Senior Marshal brother's son, your casual question hit the nail on the head. You are indeed the most capable disciple among the 3 disciples of Marshal Uncle. When Sun Feng heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Eh. Sun Feng sighed and lowered his head helplessly. Don't mention it. If I didn't redeem myself, Master would have kicked me out of the sect. So serious? Li Jun was shocked. Look at Senior Martial Brother Wan. He hasn't reached the innate realm for more than 10 years, right? Sun Feng humphed helplessly. How can I be compared to you two? Both of you tame demonic beasts. The sect values your abilities in taming demonic beasts the most. As for innate experts, the sect doesn't lack one or two innate experts. In the sect, your status, especially Junior Martial Sister, is no lower than a Golden Dan innate expert. Li Jun smiled when she heard this. Her martial uncle, the king of beasts, Wu Ho, had already told her about this. Plus, she could control several Golden Dan innate demonic beasts in the God of Heaven Mountain. Although she didn't tame these demonic beasts, they were now under her and Senior Martial Brother Wan's control. However, Senior Martial Brother Wan's ability in taming demonic beasts was much weaker than Li Jun's. Powerful demonic beasts like the red-eyed snow lion didn't even care about Senior Martial Brother Wan. Instead, he liked Li Jun a lot. Perhaps women also had some advantages in taming powerful demonic beasts. We are different. Junior Martial Sister, you can tame demonic beasts, but I don't have any special abilities. I can only cultivate seriously. Sun Feng rubbed his nose helplessly. Look at my master. He is the most ambitious person. He is also the strictest to us disciples. This time I was lucky enough to escape, but what about next time? I can't help it. Li Jun smiled and comforted him. Senior Martial Brother's son, if I were you, I would be spending time on cultivation. Moreover, I can see that eldest martial uncle values you very much. After all, he only has 3 disciples. Sun Feng nodded. Now that he had obtained the exquisite circular sword scripture, it could be seen that his master still had expectations of him in his heart. It was just that his master hated his disciple for not being capable and was anxious. Sun Feng smiled and said, I am also prepared to cultivate wholeheartedly. However, I have no choice this time. I was ordered to deliver a letter to the God of Heaven Mountain. However, I didn't expect that the God of Heaven and the first godly general would be in seclusion the moment I arrived. There was no way for me to tell Cammy. In any case, this matter is not urgent. I can still cultivate on this God of Heaven Mountain. I'll tell the heavenly gods when they come out of seclusion. Deliver a letter? What letter? Li Jun's heart stirred as she asked. Sun Feng smiled mysteriously and said, Junior Sister, you will know very soon. This is a big deal. The God of Heaven Mountain had not made any big movements for a long time. This time, it will definitely be a big commotion. TSK, TSK. I won't disturb Junior Sister anymore. Sun Feng cupped his hands and walked out through the curtain with a smile on his face. Li Jun watched Sun Feng leave. She frowned and pondered. A big commotion? An absolutely big commotion? The sky had just brightened. In the spacious room, Tung Qingshan started his morning training. He first practiced the Earth Element Fist, then he switched to practicing the 3 postures. After practicing for an hour, his entire body felt comfortable. Only then did he stop. Phew! Tung Qingshan slowly let out a long breath. His breath shot out like a sharp arrow. After he felt refreshed, Tung Qingshan opened the door and walked downstairs. 2 maids were guarding outside the door of the pavilion. When they saw Tung Qingshan coming out, the 2 maids hastily saluted respectfully and said, Lord, last night, Tung Qingshan scolded these 2 maids because they were going to serve Tung Qingshan. At that time, Tung Qingshan ordered, I am staying here. Unless I allow it, no one is allowed to enter the pavilion, including the 2 of you. The 2 maids were frightened and didn't dare to casually enter the pavilion again. Standing in the corridor and breathing in the fresh air, Tung Qingshan's mood was naturally very good. He took a hot bath last night and changed into a clean robe. Tung Qingshan looked into the distance and saw that outside the magnificent goddess palace, a graceful white figure was waving a green whip. As the whip moved, the sound of air exploding could be heard. Tung Qingshan's eyes brightened as he thought to himself, this whip art is really powerful. I didn't expect little June to have mastered such a powerful whip art in less than a year. Phew! The graceful white figure stopped. As she practiced the whip art, she was slightly out of breath. With a slightly red face, she looked towards Tung Shan and said, "Big brother hoo-ha. Little June, your whip art is not bad." Tung Shan praised with a smile. Li Jun's face was slightly red and sweat could be seen on her forehead. "I can't help it. My senior martial brothers and sisters are all very powerful. Of course, I have to practice the whip art seriously. Also, teacher taught me personally. Big brother hoo-ha. Did you get used to living here yesterday? The scenery is not bad. It's comfortable to look at." Tung Shan sighed as he looked at the surroundings. The goddess palace was located on the upper part of the god of Heaven Mountain. It was surrounded by mountains of clouds and a sea of fog. Through the sea of fog, one could faintly see the vast grassland. This scenery was indeed relaxing and relaxing. "If you like it here, big brother hoo-ha, stay here for a while longer." Li Jun stared at Tung Shan with her bright eyes. There's no need to be greedy for enjoyment when it comes to cultivation. Tung Shan said, "Being able to see the beautiful scenery is beneficial for cultivation." Li Jun smiled. Tung Shan looked towards the north and said, "The North Sea is vast and boundless. The boundless sea is also a very attractive scenery. It's not any weaker than this." Upon hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed across Li Jun's eyes. She immediately looked at the sky and said apologetically, "Big brother hoo-ha, I have to go to Black and White's place every morning. It's time now. I'll go first. I'll go back and tell Black and White. I'll come back later. Go do what you need to do. I'll just look around." Tung Shan said with a faint smile. Dressed in a white cloak, Li Jun quickly ran down the mountain. On the cliff wall of the god of Heaven Mountain, there was a huge cave. Two fierce winged celestial eagles, one black and one white, were inside the cave. A graceful figure dressed in a white cloak was holding onto a rope and rapidly climbing up the cliff wall. "Hey!" The graceful figure looked at the landing point and leaped down, landing right at the entrance of the cave. This person was Li Jun. After landing safely, Li Jun let out a sigh of relief and walked towards the entrance of the cave. "Blacky White!" Li Jun shouted loudly. Every morning, Li Jun would come and chat with the two fierce-winged celestial eagles. Occasionally, she would go out for a stroll on the back of the celestial eagles. Just as Li Jun was walking towards the entrance of the cave with a face full of smiles, "Junior martial sister," a voice came from the entrance of the cave. Li Jun was startled. At this moment, a person walked out of the dark cave. He looked quite handsome. "Senior martial brother Wan?" Li Jun looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" This person was senior martial brother Wan Tianyang. Wan Tianyang smiled and said, "Teacher arranged for us to stay on the god of Heaven Mountain to take care of the Golden Dan innate demonic beasts and the group of ordinary demonic beasts, right? I feel bad for always making junior martial sister do all the work. Although Blackie and White don't really like me, I can't slack off because of this. However, I can't slack off because of this. I still need to improve my ability to communicate with the demonic beast style." "Oh," Li Jun nodded and said, "Then, senior martial brother Wan, you can go back. I will go in first." With this, Li Jun walked towards the inside of the cave. Wan Tianyang couldn't help but be startled. He hastily followed and walked beside Li Jun, smelling the faint fragrance emitted from Li Jun's body. Wan Tianyang couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. Originally, he thought that junior martial sister Li Jun was cold and didn't speak to outsiders. After all, he was the only disciple of the same generation who knew the language of beasts. Naturally, he and Li Jun would communicate frequently. Therefore, Wan Tianyang firmly believed that he would definitely be able to marry this alluring junior martial sister. Li Jun was indeed the youngest junior martial sister in the sect. In addition to her talent in the language of beasts, she would be the future #1 beast tamer in the sect. No matter if it was because of status, ambition, or beauty, there were many people who pursued Li Jun previously. It seemed that Wan Tianyang had the highest chance of winning her heart. However, the sudden appearance of Hoo-ha made Wan Tianyang feel slightly uneasy. Senior Marshal Brother Wan didn't look for Blackie and Whitey. Li Jun stopped abruptly and turned to look at him. Wan Tianyang was startled. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I just went in. When will your friend Hoo-ha leave the god of Heaven Mountain?" "There are still some days left," Li Jun said. "Junior Marshal Sister, I'm actually very curious. Where did you get to know this Hoo-ha?" "I heard that Hoo-ha is the legendary demon Arata. Junior Marshal Sister hasn't been on the god of Heaven Mountain for long. I don't think I've had the chance to get to know him," Wan Tianyang said with a curious tone. Li Jun smiled calmly and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Wan, Blackie and White, I traveled several thousand miles in a day on the prairie. Do any of you know who I met? All right, I still have to accompany Big Black and Big White. Senior Marshal Brother Wan, please go back." With that said, he no longer paid attention to Senior Marshal Brother Wan and directly entered the cave. Soon, a series of eagle cries came from the depths of the cave. Senior Brother Wan gave him a hateful look, then turned around and walked out. Tung Qingshan took a stroll around the pavilion, then he walked down the mountain path. He wanted to take a look at the mysteries of the god of Heaven Mountain. Clack, clack, clack. Armored patrolling guards were patrolling the mountain path. When they saw Tung Qingshan walking down the mountain, a group of guards immediately blocked his way. The leader of the guards stretched out his hand and said loudly, "Guest, outsiders are not allowed to wander around the god of Heaven Mountain. Guest, you better stay in the area around the goddess palace." What do you mean? I can't go up the mountain? I can't even go down the mountain? Tung Qingshan said with a frown. "Yes," the leader of the guards said firmly. "This is the rule of the god of Heaven Mountain. You're the guest invited by the goddess, so you can only stay in the area around the goddess palace. Guests are not allowed to go near the places where the other godly generals or messengers of God are, as well as the important places." Tung Qingshan's good mood in the morning was completely destroyed. Based on the leader's words, if he didn't have Li Jun's help, he could only go down the mountain by force or jump. Chapter 282. Just when Tung Qingshan was in a bad mood, a person walked over from the mountain path. Tung Qingshan immediately recognized that the person was Senior Marshal Brother Wan. "Brother Hoo-ha, what happened?" Wan Tianyang shouted from afar. "Honorable Messenger of God." The patrolling guards immediately saluted. Wan Tianyang nodded. The leader of the guards said, "Honorable Messenger of God, this guest wants to leave the surroundings of the goddess palace and go to other places. According to the rules of the god of Heaven Mountain, outsiders are not allowed to walk around the god of Heaven Mountain alone. Therefore, we stopped him." "Oh, Brother Hoo-ha." Wan Tianyang looked at Tung Qingshan with a smile and said passionately, "The god of Heaven Mountain does have this rule. However, if Brother Hoo-ha wants to go somewhere, I can accompany Brother Hoo-ha." Tung Qingshan glanced at the smiling Wan Tianyang. This Wan Tianyang is probably a weasel paying respects to a chicken. He doesn't have any good intentions. Tung Qingshan glanced at Wan Tianyang and shook his head. "No need." With this, Tung Qingshan turned around and walked towards his residence. Wan Tianyang stared at Tung Qingshan's back and rubbed his chin. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he thought to himself, "From Junior Marshal Sister's behavior and how intimate she is with this Hoo-ha, it's obvious that she is much more intimate with me. No matter what, it's best to get rid of this Hoo-ha. Even if I can't get rid of him, I have to chase him away. I can't let him stay in the God of Heaven Mountain with my Junior Marshal Sister. A man and a woman living so close to each other, and they have such a good relationship. Something will happen one day." When Wan Tianyang thought of that, he felt slightly mad and jealous. His desire to kill Tung Qingshan grew even stronger. Tung Qingshan was demonstrating the simple 3 postures on the empty ground in front of the pavilion. Wan Tianyang glanced over and quickly left. "Clown, nothing to worry about." Tung Qingshan had never taken Wan Tianyang seriously. Not long after, the beautiful white-robed figure quickly ran over from the foot of the mountain. Li Jun's face was slightly red as she ran back and forth. She excitedly ran over. Tung Qingshan stopped practicing. Big brother Hoo-ha, what fist art is this? It's very simple. It's even worse than the farmers outside, Li Jun said with a smile. Tung Qingshan just smiled. The three postures were the origin of Xing Yi. How could they be so easily comprehended? In a land of the 9 prefectures, only the emptiness realm experts could see the concept contained in the 3 postures. Little June, Tung Qingshan asked, I'm staying here now, so I can't go down the mountain or up the mountain. The rules of your God of Heaven Mountain are really strict. Li Jun immediately came to a realization. Big brother Hoo-ha, were you stopped by those patrolling guards just now? Ah, I forgot to mention this before. There are indeed many important and secret places on the God of Heaven Mountain. With this, Li Jun glanced at the surroundings. Seeing that the maids were far away, she lowered her voice and whispered, Even some important treasures of my sect are placed on the God of Heaven Mountain. Therefore, Big Brother Tung, without my guidance, you must not wander around. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you break into the forbidden areas. Tung Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Previously, Wan Tianyang had invited him warmly and was prepared to bring him around. What are the consequences if I break into the forbidden areas? Tung Qingshan asked. The sect has strict orders for some important and dangerous places. If you break into those places, you will be punished with death. The forbidden areas are also divided into different levels. Some of the forbidden areas are safe for core members like me. However, if you go in, you won't be able to, Li Jun said solemnly. Li Jun's status was so high that only the God of Heaven could suppress her. She could indeed enter most of the forbidden areas. Tung Qingshan started to understand why Wan Tianyang brought him around so warmly. Wan Tianyang took advantage of Tung Qingshan's ignorance of the God of Heaven Mountain to bring him to a forbidden area. At that time, the 8 godly generals of the God of Heaven Mountain, especially the lofty God of Heaven, would be able to kill Tung Qingshan easily. Little June, I asked you to help me gather information. Tung Qingshan whispered. Li Jun whispered, Big Brother Tung, the God of Heaven Mountain does have a station in Jiangning County city of Yangzhou. However, I just sent an order to gather information yesterday. Once the information is gathered, it will be sent to the God of Heaven Mountain. According to my estimation, it will be tomorrow evening at the earliest. Even a morning after the day after tomorrow. Tung Qingshan nodded. Yangzhou was the southernmost part of the 9 prefectures. The northern prairie was the northernmost part of the Great Prairie. The distance between them was too far. Just sending messages would take a lot of time. In addition to gathering information, spending 2 to 3 days was already very fast. Father, mother, little you. Tung Qingshan really missed his family in Yangzhou. On the God of Heaven Mountain, Li Jun didn't leave. She often went to find Tung Qingshan. As for Tung Qingshan, he spent most of his time in his room practicing his fist art. The next morning, on the peak of the God of Heaven Mountain stood a tall red divine pagoda. This was the place where the God of Heaven, the most revered of the God of Heaven Mountain, resided and cultivated, the God of Heaven Tower. The status of a person in the God of Heaven Mountain could be determined by the location of the residence. The higher the status, the higher the height of the God of Heaven Mountain. Naturally, the God of Heaven resided at the peak of the mountain. In the 3rd floor of the God of Heaven Tower, light shone through the window. The spacious 3rd floor of the pagoda was completely empty. There were no tables or chairs, only 2 simple cushions. 2 ascetic cultivators dressed in yellow cloaks were sitting cross-legged on the meditation mats. The one on the left looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His face was square and resolute. He had thick eyebrows and big ears, and his eyes were like a tiger's. Only the white hair on his temples revealed his age. As for the old man on the right, his hair and eyebrows were pitch black. His messy long hair hung down to his chest, and his long black eyebrows hung down to his chin. His face was round and rosy, just like a baby. He always had a smile on his face. As long as people saw his face, they would feel happy. His eyes were small, but they seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. Sun Feng, dressed in black, bowed respectfully. God of heaven, Lord first godly general. The two people sitting cross-legged were the first godly general and the founder of the God of Heaven mountain. The God of Heaven. It's Feng. The God of Heaven still had a smile on his face. He looked at Sun Feng as if he was a god looking down on the common people. I haven't seen your teacher for a long time. Why did your teacher ask you to come here? As the God of Heaven spoke, the resolute man with white hair on his temples remained silent. Sun Feng said respectfully, God of Heaven, it wasn't teacher who asked me to come here. It was the sovereign who asked me to come here. Palace Lord? The heavenly deity, who had a smile on his face, suddenly looked at Sun Feng with a bright gleam in his eyes. The first godly general at the side was also shocked. The sovereign sent an order? God of Heaven, this is the letter that the sovereign asked me to give to you. Sun Feng respectfully took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to the God of Heaven. The God of Heaven waved his hand, and the letter floated to the God of Heaven. He quickly opened the letter and read it carefully. The God of Heaven's warm smile became even brighter as he looked at the first godly general at the side and said, Boralimu, it seems like the God of Heaven mountain can finally take action. As the God of Heaven spoke, he handed the letter to the first godly general at the side. The first godly general, Boralimu, was also the God of Heaven's most trusted subordinate. When Boralimu saw the letter, he revealed a smile and said, Teacher, the sovereign has been silent for so many years and has finally decided to take action. Teacher, what are you going to do? The God of Heaven stood up and slowly walked to the window of the tower. He looked at the boundless sea of clouds. On the North Sea, there is a heavenly rock island. It was excavated by the God of Heaven Mountain and Snowhawk Hall together. Snowhawk Hall occupies 60% of the island. Since we're going to take action, we will first eliminate all the men of Snowhawk Hall on the Heavenly Rock Island. Within 1 year, the God of Heaven Mountain and the islands on the North Sea must be under the complete control of the God of Heaven Mountain. The God of Heaven said slowly with a smile on his face. However, the murderous aura contained within his words was frightening. The God of Heaven Mountain had been concealing its strength, allowing Snowhawk Hall to occupy many places on the Great Prairie and some islands in the North Sea. In the spacious Great Hall on the first floor of the God of Heaven Tower, the other 7 godly generals gathered here. Knowing that the God of Heaven was about to come out of seclusion, these godly generals naturally came to welcome him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps came from the wooden stairs. The 7 godly generals who were originally discussing in low voices immediately became solemn. A round-faced elder wearing a plain yellow long robe walked down with a smile. Behind him, the first godly general and Sun Feng followed. With the arrival of the God of Heaven, the originally solemn Great Hall seemed to be filled with joy. The 7 godly generals all felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. Teacher is still so unfathomable. The 5th godly general, Erikir, glanced at the God of Heaven and bowed his head respectfully as he sighed in his heart. The God of Heaven was able to easily affect the mind of an innate expert. From this, one could imagine the extent of the God of Heaven's spirit. Yes, Boralimu, have a good chat with your junior martial brothers. The God of Heaven said with a smile and left through the side door. Immediately, the originally silent Great Hall was filled with discussions. Eldest martial brother, have you reached the Ascension realm? Many people surrounded the first godly general who had a resolute face. This time, the God of Heaven was personally helping. There should be hope. The first godly general looked at the other godly generals and shook his head as he said regretfully, still not yet. This crucial step into the emptiness realm is too difficult. Even though teacher used his spirit to guide me to comprehend the heavens and earth, I could only vaguely feel it. I still haven't broken through. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but feel sad. To be like the God of Heaven, to use his own spirit to guide the spirit of his disciple to comprehend the Tao of Heaven. This was already an incredible realm. It could be said that the threshold of entering the emptiness realm had been lowered. However, it was still very difficult to break through. Erikir. When the first godly general saw the fifth godly general, his eyes brightened as he hastily said, I have been cultivating in seclusion these days. Junior martial brother, you have also been cultivating wholeheartedly. With your comprehension ability, you must have broken through. Junior martial brother, how about we compete and learn from each other? The first godly general's eyes beamed. Among the many godly generals, only the fifth godly general could barely fight against the first godly general. Eldest martial brother, don't look for me. The fifth godly general seemed to be shocked as he hastily said, I haven't broken through yet. I still need to train hard. Chapter 283. The eldest martial brother was over 180 years old and was very close to the end of his life. However, his personality as a martial maniac never changed. Moreover, these godly generals all knew that once the first godly general got excited, he would not hold back, and it would not be strange if he killed his opponent. Even if he was lucky, he would still be seriously injured. Moreover, the God of Heaven once said that the first godly general's strength could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. Moreover, he had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Although he had not reached the emptiness realm, his strength had probably increased. In the past, he could already be ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. Now that he had improved, how strong would he be? Moreover, as his life was nearing its end, it was possible for him to fight with experts of the same level and achieve a breakthrough during battle. It was not strange that the first godly general was even more passionate about this. However, this kind of freak, martial maniac, who would be willing to fight with him? Erikir, you cannot be fearful when cultivating the martial Tao. Otherwise, how can you improve? The first godly general reprimanded. The fifth godly general said awkwardly, Eldest martial brother, I've already fought with you last time. Eldest senior brother, I've already experienced your 7 heavenly thunderbolts. I admit that I'm no match for you. One day, when I have a breakthrough in my strength, I will be able to break your palm art. Even if you don't say it, I will still fight with you. The 8 godly generals gathered together and chatted for a while. Then, they dispersed and returned to their respective residences. On the mountain road, the 5th godly general, Erikir, who was wearing a purple cloak, walked towards his residence with a solemn expression. The patrolling guards on the mountain road were very respectful when they saw the 5th godly general. At this moment, a person walked in front of the 5th godly general. It was Wan Tianyang. Big brother Erikir. Wan Tianyang shouted enthusiastically. Oh, brother Wan. Erikir looked at Wan Tianyang and nodded. The people of the God of Heaven Mountain were quite respectful towards Wan Tianyang and Li Jun, these 2 martial siblings. Wan Tianyang was very surprised because Erikir usually stayed in his residence and rarely came out. Wan Tianyang smiled and asked, Big brother Erikir, it's rare to see you out. Eldest senior brother and master have come out of seclusion. Of course, us brothers and sisters have to go and welcome them. Erikir casually chatted with Wan Tianyang for a while before leaving. Wan Tianyang, on the other hand, stood where he was and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Everyone says that the first godly general is a martial arts fanatic. Yes, let's do that. Wan Tianyang made up his mind. The place where the first godly general cultivated was a 2-story dome-shaped pavilion. The windows on the 2nd story of the pavilion were open, but it was empty inside. There was only a red carpet on the floor. Who? The cold wind whistled through the building. The first godly general, Boralimu, who was dressed in a yellow cloak, was eating a piece of goat milk cake. At this moment, a deep voice came from below. Master, the black-cloaked messenger of God, Lord Wan, is requesting to see you. Let him in. Boralimu swallowed the milk cake in 2 mouthfuls and turned to look at the staircase. The staircase, which had been built for more than 100 years, emitted echoes. Wan Tianyang, who was dressed in black, came to the 2nd story. When he saw the first godly general with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a pair of beast-like eyes, Wan Tianyong hastily bowed. The first godly general laughed heartily and said, Tianyong, you haven't come to my place for a long time. It seems like you came here for something. Who is willing to come to this place of yours? Wan Tianyong criticized in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. Big brother Boralimu, actually, I came here today to tell you a piece of good news. Although there was a huge age difference between him and the first godly general, he should call the first godly general Big Brother. Good news? What good news? The first godly general Boralimu was slightly surprised. Wan Tianyong's eyes lit up as he said, I know that Big Brother Boralimu likes to compete with powerful experts. And now, I know that there is such an expert. I'm not interested in ordinary Golden Dan innate experts. Boralimu looked at Wan Tianyong, hoping that Wan Tianyong could provide him with a true expert. Wan Tianyong lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious as he said, Big Brother Boralimu, after you went into seclusion, an extremely powerful expert appeared on the Great Prairie. About a few months ago, he fought against 100,000 soldiers of the Golden Wolf Kingdom in the central part of the Great Prairie. He fought against 100,000 soldiers by himself. In the end, 20,000 soldiers of the Golden Wolf Kingdom died, and the rest of the soldiers fled. This person is said to be the demon Arata. Boralimu was astonished as he said, One against 100,000? Could he be an emptiness realm expert? Even I can't do that. No. Wan Tianyong hastily said, Later on, this demon Arata came to the northern prairie and killed many people. Only then did we know that his name is Hoo-Ha. Big Brother Boralimu, the fifth godly general, had once met this Hoo-Ha. The fifth godly general wasn't able to capture him. Boralimu's eyes were filled with surprise as he said, Oh, even Erikir wasn't able to capture him? Among the Golden Dan innate experts, those that could pique Boralimu's interest were probably at least in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Even Erikir wasn't able to capture Hoo-Ha. This level of strength was enough to pique his interest. I don't know. Anyway, Big Brother Erikir wasn't able to capture Hoo-Ha. Wan Tianyong continued, Later on, when my junior martial sister was outside, she actually brought that Hoo-Ha to the god of Heaven Mountain. Now, this Hoo-Ha is living in the guest house beside my junior martial sister's goddess palace. Boralimu's eyes glowed like a lion that was about to devour its prey. One against 100,000. Demon Arata? The first godly general, Boralimu, was slightly excited. Phew! Boralimu extended his hand and grabbed Wan Tianyong. Wan Tianyong was slightly astonished. Boralimu's eyebrows twitched excitedly as he smiled and said, Let's go. Follow me. Encountering such a powerhouse really made people unbearably excited. Tianyong, lead the way. Let's go find that Arata. On the god of Heaven Mountain, on the second floor of the guest house that Tung Shan was in, Li Jun, who was wearing a white cloak, quickly ran up the stairs and into Tung Shan's room. Li Jun, Tung Shan, who was practicing his fist art, stopped and looked at Li Jun. Li Jun smiled proudly at Tung Shan and took out a stack of papers from her bosom. Tung Shan's heart thumped. You already have the information? So fast. Tung Shan was slightly surprised. Li Jun smiled proudly and nodded. This was sent back at the fastest speed. As she spoke, she handed the papers to Tung Shan. Tung Shan took the stack of papers excitedly. Tung Shan originally thought that he would only receive the information in the evening. He didn't expect to receive it in the morning. Actually, the intelligence station of the god of Heaven Mountain had been collecting information about the Gue Yuan sect. Moreover, the god of Heaven Mountain paid close attention to Tung Shan. Therefore, they had been collecting information about him. Once Li Jun gave the order, the information would naturally be sent back immediately. Gue Yuan sect, Tung Jia village. Tung Shan carefully read the information described in the papers. According to the information, ever since Tung Shan betrayed the Gue Yuan sect and left, the Gue Yuan sect had returned to its previous peaceful state. The Gue Yuan sect regained its usual peace and did not make any big movements. As for the Tung Jia village, they also lived in Jiangning County City and even opened 2 weapon shops in the county city. Many men of Tongjia village began to forge weapons. The only important thing was Tang Qingyu and Zhuge Yin got married in May of this year. Little Yu finally got married. Teng Qingshan felt relieved. He had taken care of his little sister since she was young. His little sister being able to marry a good man was the happiest thing in his brother's heart. According to the information, the Black Armored Corps has an army stationed in the 2nd barracks. Teng Qingshan was very grateful to his teacher, Zhuge Yuanhong. In the past, the Black Armored Corps only had one main barracks. The 2nd barracks was actually the place where the Tang Jia village lived. Big Brother Teng? Li Jun looked at Teng Qingshan. Thank you, little Jun. Teng Qingshan took a deep breath and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Teng Qingshan had been on the run for half a year, so he wasn't worried about himself. He was worried that Qinghu Island would be crazy enough to deal with his family. Now, it seemed that everything was fine. Li Jun smiled and said, Big Brother Teng, the island lord of Qinghu Island is Taipan, not Guiyong. Qinghu Island is one of the 8 supreme sects. Since they couldn't catch you, the bigger the matter, the more humiliating they would be. Now, I'm afraid that not many people in this world will talk about you. In this world, there are many experts and heroes everywhere. Yesterday, Teng Qingshan, became famous. Today, there might be another person. How can the world always talk about one person? Moreover, I have been in the Great Prairie for the past half a year. After a long time, the public notice and the pursuit will be left unsettled. Teng Qingshan was very clear about this. Since he got the news from his hometown and felt at ease, Teng Qingshan was about to go out to sea. Little June, Teng Qingshan opened his mouth. Suddenly, a clamor came from outside. Teng Qingshan and Li Jun glanced at each other, feeling puzzled. Let's go down and take a look. Teng Qingshan put the information in his bosom and went downstairs with Li Jun. When they arrived downstairs, Teng Qingshan saw a dozen people standing on the empty ground in front of the building. Of the 2 people in the lead, Teng Qingshan knew the first one. It was Li Jun's senior martial brother one. The second person was dressed in a yellow cloak. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, fierce eyes, and white hair. When he saw Teng Qingshan coming out, his eyes brightened. When Li Jun saw the person, her facial expression changed slightly. She whispered, Big Brother Hua, that's the first godly general. Oh, Teng Qingshan was surprised. The first godly general who went into closed-door cultivation with the god of heaven? The first godly general, Boralimu, stared at Teng Qingshan with beaming eyes. He laughed loudly and said, Brother Hua, I heard about you as soon as I came out of closed-door cultivation. I, Boralimu, admire your peerless martial strength. I, Boralimu, love to spar with powerful experts. I wonder if Brother Hua is willing to spar with me? Hearing this, Li Jun was shocked. Big Brother Hua, the first godly general, is a martial maniac. He doesn't hold back when he fights. Even the 5th godly general was severely injured and had to lie in bed for several months. Li Jun whispered, You must not agree. Li Jun had heard of the legend of Boralimu. Boralimu stared at Teng Qingshan and frowned. Brother Hua, you're such a brave man. Could it be that you're cowering and don't dare to fight with me, Boralimu? Chapter 284. Teng Qingshan glanced at Boralimu and said, Boralimu, you are the first godly general of the god of Heaven Mountain, and I'm just a passerby of the god of Heaven Mountain. Why do you force me to fight you? Brother Hua, where is your manliness? Boralimu glared at Teng Qingshan and scolded angrily. Boralimu, do I have to fight anyone who challenges me? Wouldn't I be exhausted to death? If you want to find someone to fight, you can find someone else. I am not interested. As Teng Qingshan spoke, he turned around and was about to walk into the house. Now that he had received news from his parents and relatives, he wanted to go out to sea. Teng Qingshan really didn't want to cause trouble for this first godly general, who was obsessed with martial arts, in case he caused more trouble. Hua! Boralimu was slightly angry. He had previously praised Teng Qingshan, mocked Tung Shan, and intentionally provoked Tung Shan. However, he didn't expect Tung Shan to ignore him. When Wan Tianyang saw that Tung Shan wasn't provoked, he became anxious and thought to himself, "This hoo-ha is probably really scared." He immediately laughed loudly and said, "Hoo-ha! Big Brother Boralimu is the first godly general of the god of Heaven Mountain, and you are also an invincible warrior who fought against 100,000 people. A fight between the two of you is a rare occurrence. But now you are so cowardly. Could it be that you are scared?" Tung Shan's face darkened as he turned and stared coldly at Wan Tianyang. "Senior Marshal Brother Wan, this has nothing to do with you, right?" Li Jun glared at him and scolded. On the spacious ground in front of the goddess palace, the first godly general and Wan Tianyang's loud voices had attracted many people. "What's going on in front? I heard that the first godly general is going to challenge someone named Hoo-ha. That Hoo-ha is the legendary demon Arata." Many unaffiliated people gathered and discussed with each other as they were amazed. A large group of people stared at Tung Shan, Boralimu, and the others. "Which one is Arata? Look, it's that one. The one with the beard and looks quite handsome." Many people had only heard of Demon Arata, but they had never seen him in person. They all looked at Tung Shan curiously. 1 against 100,000, yet he could cause the enemy to suffer 20,000 casualties and the other soldiers to scatter. Such an achievement was simply inconceivable. Only then would he fit the name of Demon Arata. In the middle of the crowd, at this moment, the tall and slender Li Jun, who was dressed in a white robe, was indeed very eye-catching. After berating Wan Tianyang, Li Jun turned to look at the first godly general and said with a cold expression, "First godly general, this big brother Hoo-ha is a friend I invited. I know that you like to spar with others, but I hope that you won't drag big brother Hoo-ha with you." "Sorry, I won't keep you company." As she spoke, Li Jun gave Tung Shan a look. The two of them prepared to leave. After being scolded by Li Jun, Wan Tianyang saw Li Jun and Tung Shan exchanging glances. He couldn't help but become hot-headed. His eyes turned red as he said loudly, "Hoo-ha, you are a man and a famous, unparalleled expert of the Great Prairie. Why? Are you planning to escape with the help of a woman? Are you still a man? Look at your crotch and see if there's something missing." Tung Shan suddenly turned around and stared at Wan Tianyang. Tung Shan was burning with anger. "You shut up." Tung Shan squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. Wan Tianyang was also filled with anger as he spat. "Junior Marshal's sister, this bitch. I have pursued her for so long, but today, because of this hoo-ha, I actually dared to do this in public. She scolded me and targeted the first godly general. In her heart, I'm afraid I'm not even 1/10 as important as hoo-ha." Wan Tianyang was not an idiot. Of course, he could deduce some things based on these actions. This bitch really thinks she is something. She's just a woman. I have plenty of women, even without you. It's not like I can't survive. Wan Tianyang had a high status. Of course, he could have women if he wanted them. However, he still had some thoughts about Li Jun. Now that his thoughts were gone, he simply gave up. Since he didn't intend to pursue her, he would definitely take revenge. "Don't you value hoo-ha?" A cold smile appeared on the corner of Wan Tianyang's mouth. He stared at Tung Shan and made up his mind. This is the god of Heaven Mountain. Who does hoo-ha think he is? Does he dare to be arrogant in the god of Heaven Mountain? Wan Tianyang didn't take Tung Shan seriously. He was now beside the first godly general. Plus, the god of heaven was on the god of Heaven Mountain. With the god of heaven here, how could he allow Tung Shan to be arrogant? "Hoo-ha!" Wan Tianyang's voice rumbled and resounded in the surroundings. He stared at Tung Shan and said, "You are an outsider. This is the god of Heaven Mountain. I am the black, cloaked messenger of God of the god of Heaven Mountain. Why do you have to shut me up?" Tianyang, the first godly general, Boralimu, frowned and extended his hand to stop Wan Tianyang. Immediately, the first godly general, Boralimu, looked at Tung Shan and said solemnly, "Hoo-ha, you are the unparalleled expert of the Great Prairie. My previous words were a little rude. I hope you don't mind. In order to show my respect, you and I will have a blood battle of warriors. the god of Heaven Mountain, the life and death cliff. 3 days later, the 28th of June. How about we have a battle? Boralimu looked at the person behind him. The guard behind him immediately brought a porcelain bowl filled with water. Boralimu stretched out his hand, and an azure light flashed on his right finger. Then he cut his finger, and fresh blood flowed out. Drip, drip. The porcelain bowl filled with water was already dyed red. Boralimu stared at Tung Shan and said, "If you accept this blood battle of warriors, please drink it." The guard behind him immediately carried the bowl of water and ran towards Tung Shan. Boralimu didn't mock or provoke Tung Shan. Instead, he issued the most serious challenge: a blood battle of warriors. This was the highest standard challenge on the Great Prairie. The challenger would drip blood into the bowl and solemnly invite the opponent to drink it. If the opponent drank it, it meant that he accepted the challenge. If the opponent didn't drink it and didn't accept the challenge, then he would be laughed at by all the people of the Great Prairie. They would think that he was as timid as a mouse and wasn't a real man. He would be laughed at and looked down upon by everyone. A blood battle of warriors was very respected. A good day must be chosen for both sides to prepare. Then, the battle would take place at a certain location. This wasn't a simple spar, but a real battle between warriors. The weak could challenge the strong. If both sides were of equal strength, they could challenge each other. However, the strong couldn't use this method to challenge the weak. If they did, they would be laughed at. One was the first godly general. The other was the demon Arata, who could fight against 100,000. In everyone's eyes, the two should be on the same level. On the empty ground in front of the goddess palace of the god of Heaven Mountain, some messengers of God, patrolling guards, and disciples of messengers of God and generals of God had already gathered. Everyone stared at Tung Shan. Everyone thought that if both sides were men and had equal strength, they wouldn't reject the blood battle of warriors. If Tung Shan refused, he might as well commit suicide. First godly general, why are you forcing my friend like this? Li Jun was slightly angry. Junior Marshal sister, this is a battle between true warriors. It's better if you don't interfere. Wan Tianyang glanced at Li Jun with a smile. Even though he didn't want to pursue Li Jun as his wife, he still suppressed the thought of ravaging Li Jun. There was an evil fire in his chest. Ting Shan stared at Wan Tianyang with a gloomy face. The guard beside him was still holding the bowl of bloody water. Hoo-ha, I think he... Wan Tianyang looked at Tung Shan and was about to say something. Tung Shan squinted his eyes. You're courting death. Tung Shan humphed angrily. His body shot up and crossed a distance of 10 zhongs like a dragon. Wan Tianyang was so frightened that his facial expression changed drastically. Bori, impudent. Boralimu's face darkened. While his angry roar was still echoing on the god of Heaven Mountain, he lowered his body and dashed towards Tung Shan. At the same time, he waved his right palm, which was covered in azure light. As for Tung Shan, a blurry shadow of a fist appeared in the afterimage of Tung Shan's extremely fast speed and collided with the azure palm shadow with a loud bang. Boralimu, who was originally very confident, suddenly changed his facial expression. He could only feel a vigorous, tyrannical, and terrifying power explode. Bang! A shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread in all directions like waves of water. Voila! The ground in front of the goddess palace was shaken and rolled. Many godly envoys, godly generals, disciples, and some patrolling guard were so shocked that they hastily retreated. The sound of an explosion resounded in the sky. Boralimu was thrown back by the shockwave. However, the blurry shadow of Tung Shan paused for a moment before dashing towards Wan Tianyang. How is this possible? Wan Tianyang had just endured the shockwave when he saw the scene before him. The first godly general, Boralimu, was sent flying. As for that hoo-ha, the demon Arata, he only paused for a moment before dashing towards Wan Tianyang again. The difference between the two was obvious. Pa! The crisp sound was extremely loud. In the eyes of the surrounding people, They could only see a blurry shadow of a palm that slapped Wan Tianyang's face with lightning speed. An ingenious force acted on Wan Tianyang's body. Wan Tianyang was slapped so hard that he spun in the air like a spinning top. With a bang sound, Wan Tianyang fell heavily onto the ground. Wan Tianyang's face swelled up as he fell onto the ground. He seemed to be in a daze. Phew! Tung Qingshan dashed to the front of Wan Tianyang and grabbed Wan Tianyang's clothes by his chest, lifting him up. "Brother Hoo-ha, have mercy!" The first godly general, Boralimu, didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Tung Qingshan glanced at him and thought, "This first godly general actually dares to fight me head-on?" In terms of explosive force, Tung Qingshan had the internal supreme force and a strong body. He was definitely stronger than the Golden Dan innate experts. If the Golden Dan innate experts wanted to defeat Tung Qingshan, they could only rely on their agility and speed. Wan Tianyang finally came to his senses. With a swollen face, he stared at Tung Qingshan, who had a murderous aura, and stuttered as he spoke. Tung Qingshan grabbed Wan Tianyang as if he was pinching a mosquito. His other hand patted Wan Tianyang's face and said, "The one with the surname Wan, listen to me. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as pinching a mosquito. Also, don't provoke little June in the future. You're not qualified to do so." As he spoke, he threw Wan Tianyang away. Wan Tianyang fell heavily onto the ground like a broken sandbag, but he didn't dare to make a sound. "Brother Hoo-ha, thank you for showing mercy." Boralimu smiled and said, "I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge to a bloody battle between you and me?" At this moment, Boralimu's warlike blood was boiling after the fight just now. Tung Qingshan glanced at Boralimu. "Give me the bowl." Tung Qingshan shouted coldly. In the distance, a guard who was protecting a bowl of water quivered and completely woke up. He hastily ran over with the bowl of water and handed it to Tung Qingshan respectfully. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Tung Qingshan glanced at Boralimu and took the bowl of water. He raised his head and drank the water in one gulp. Then he threw it. "Pa!" The bowl of water shattered. The sound of shattering seemed to knock on the heart. Wan Tianyang, who was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound, quivered even more. "Little June, let's go." Tung Qingshan and Li Jun ignored the surrounding people and walked straight into the building. P.S. 4 chapters completed. Since Tomato said he would make up for his mistakes, he would definitely do it. Tomorrow, on the 4th, Tomato will update 2 chapters. As for the day after tomorrow, he will update 3 chapters every day. Chapter 285. How could this be? How could this be? Wan Tianyang's clothes were dirty. His face was swollen. His mouth was crooked from the slap, and the corner of his mouth was full of blood. He was completely in a state of panic and anger. Isn't he just a Golden Dan innate expert? Didn't he not even manage to kill the red-eyed snow lion? This was the first godly general, the first godly general. The first divine general was actually repelled by him? How is this possible? Wan Tianyang stole a glance at the crowd. The patrolling guards and some of the disciples of the divine generals, who used to compliment him, were now full of praise for the short exchange just now. Demon Arata is too powerful. You actually forced the first godly general to retreat. Look, you even sent him flying. The voice immediately weakened at this point. The spectators would also look at Wan Tianyang. To Wan Tianyang, being slapped and sent spinning like a spinning top in front of everyone's eyes was worse than being killed. Get lost. Wan Tianyang's face was dark as he berated him and strode out. Get out of my way. Wan Tianyang shouted angrily. He pushed the people beside him to the side and quickly walked out. Those people also knew that the black-clothed divine emissary's status was very high. Although they were all secretly laughing in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. All of them held back their laughter and dodged to the side. In this battle, the one who lost the most face was the black-cloaked messenger of God, Wan Tianyang. Tianyang, what happened? At this time, some of the experts who came late noticed the black-robed divine emissaries. Among them was the third godly general, a tall and thin purple-robed man. I still have something to do, Wan Tianyang replied casually. He didn't want to talk to the third godly general at all and left quickly. However, this was the heavenly mountain. The god of heaven mountain only had two paths, and there were too many people on the path. His acquaintances, in particular, would occasionally ask him a few questions in surprise. This caused Wan Tianyang's already miserable expression to become even more unsightly. In the end, he became like a madman, and no one dared to provoke him. Hoo-ha, and that bitchly June. Damn it, I must. Wan Tianyang's stomach was full of anger, but when he thought of the words of that demon, you with the surname Wan, listen to me clearly. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as pinching a mosquito to death. Furthermore, don't provoke little June in the future. You're not qualified. It was as if he was looking at an ant. That absolute strength. Then, he remembered that his opponent was the demon Arata, who killed people like flies. 20,000 of his army of 100,000 died or were injured. Wan Tianyang's thoughts of revenge were completely gone. I am a core disciple of the sect. How could I lower my status to argue with a demon like Arata? Just ignore him in the future. Wan Tianyang comforted himself. Actually, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to take revenge. Even the first divine general had no way of doing so. How could he invite the gods? The status of an emptiness realm expert was very high and lofty. Why would he care about him? Eldest martial brother, what happened? I heard that you were at a disadvantage when you fought with Hoo-ha just now. In the open space in front of the goddess palace, two divine generals who had heard the news surrounded the first divine general and asked in surprise. Dressed in a yellow cloak, the first godly general Boralimu had an excited expression on his face. He laughed and said, "This Hoo-ha is indeed worthy of being called the demon Arata. My 7 heavenly lightning strikes is also famous for its power. Although I didn't use my full strength just now, but that punch of his TSK definitely suppressed me. It seems like it won't be easy to win against him." The third godly general and the 7th godly general glanced at each other with astonishment written on their faces. It's hard to find an opponent. Boralimu's eyes beamed as he suddenly patted the shoulders of the other 2 godly generals and said, "Junior martial brothers, 3 days later, on the 28th of June, Hoo-ha and I will have a bloody battle of warriors on the life and death cliff of the god of Heaven Mountain. At that time, you must go and see if I am stronger or the demon Arata is stronger." Of course. The 2 godly generals moved their shoulders and frowned. They thought to themselves that this eldest martial brother still didn't know the severity of the situation. "Eldest martial brother, what's wrong with Tianyang? Why is his face swollen?" The third godly general asked. "That brat?" A smile appeared on the corner of Boralimu's mouth as he said, "He might have some conflict with Hoo-ha. Although he was helping me by targeting Hoo-ha, I felt that his words were getting more and more overboard. That was why I stopped him and proposed a bloody battle of warriors to Hoo-ha. However, I didn't expect that this brat would become enraged and continue to push Hoo-ha." Boralimu looked at the 2 people in front of him and smacked his lips as he said, "Who is that Hoo-ha? He even dared to come and go with the 100,000 soldiers of the Golden Wolf Kingdom's North City. He slaughtered nearly 20,000 soldiers and caused the army to collapse. He is the demon Arata. This time, it's already good that he could endure it." Since Tianyang still wanted to talk nonsense, of course he attacked. Fortunately, Boralimu sighed. "This Hoo-ha gave me face and also gave face to the god of Heaven Mountain. He only gave Tianyang a slap. He didn't kill him. With Tianyang's temperament, his teacher asked me to train him, but I was too lazy. This time, it was considered as a warning to him." After this experience, his temperament will also undergo a metamorphosis. Boralimu was obviously in a good mood. "Junior martial brothers, I will go back first to calm down and prepare. Such an opponent is hard to find even with millions of gold." Boralimu sighed emotionally. "The last time I was this excited was probably 50 years ago." Boralimu immediately turned around and left with a face full of smiles along with his subordinates. On the second floor of the guest house, only Tung Qingshan and Li Jun were there. Big brother Tung, I was afraid that you would really kill my senior martial brother. Li Jun stroked her chest, which appeared even more prominent because of the girdle. She let out a long sigh and said, although my senior martial brother has an ordinary personality, he is still the black, cloaked messenger of God. Once this gets out of hand, it will be really troublesome. Tung Qingshan smiled. Of course, he knew how to deal with the situation. In the situation just now, if he had continued to endure, he would only be looked down upon and scolded by others. There would even be people gossiping about Li Jun behind his back. Now he did this. He promised to fight a brave warrior and sent Wan Tianyang flying. The people of the prairie admired the invincible warriors the most. Who would dare to say anything? Punishing Wan Tianyang wouldn't cause a commotion in the god of Heaven Mountain. Big brother Tung, you're only 4 years older than me. However, you were actually able to force the first godly general of the god of Heaven Mountain to retreat. He is a super expert that can be ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. Li Jun felt that it was unbelievable. This has never happened in the history of the land of the 9 prefectures. This is an unprecedented achievement. Tung Qingshan glanced at Li Jun with a smile and said, Little Jun, I am not as amazing as you think. I also have luck. If it weren't for the one-time infusion of the power of the world contained in the splitting mountain axe, Tung Qingshan's current physical strength wouldn't be so strong. Even if he cultivated the internal supreme force, his speed wouldn't be this amazing. Who doesn't have luck? However, how many heroes have there been in the land of the 9 prefectures since ancient times? Who could catch up to you, big brother Tung? Li Jun stared at Tung Qingshan with sparkling eyes. In my opinion, you are the most amazing hero in the land of the 9 prefectures. All right, stop flattering me. Tung Qingshan laughed. Big brother Tung, how confident are you in this battle? 100%? 80%? Li Jun hastily asked. When Tung Qingshan heard this, he frowned and replied, Confidence. I don't have a 10% chance of winning, but I have a 50% chance of drawing. Li Jun froze. Originally, when she saw the power of Tung Qingshan's punch, she thought that Tung Qingshan had a high chance of winning. However, Tung Qingshan knew clearly. The first godly general could eliminate air resistance, so his attacks would be faster and his speed would be faster. Tung Qingshan's only advantage was his defensive moves and powerful strength. As for his attack speed and movement speed, he was absolutely at a disadvantage. Therefore, he didn't even have a 10% chance of winning. As for his defense, Tung Qingshan only had a 50% chance of winning. This was because his opponent was the first godly general of the god of Heaven Mountain. In the past, he was said to be one of the top 3 in the heavenly ranking. Tung Qingshan's strength probably had a breakthrough. This strength wasn't any weaker than Tung Qingshan's teacher, Zhuge Yuanhong. Can I beat Master now? When he thought of this, he thought to himself. When he thought of this, Tung Qingshan realized that he was still lacking a lot. He had a high chance of winning this battle. I don't even have a 10% chance of winning. Li Jun couldn't believe it. She stared at Tung Qingshan and asked, Big brother Tung, are you lying to me? It's true. I really don't have a 10% chance of winning. Tung Qingshan nodded. When Li Jun saw Tung Qingshan's expression, she knew that Tung Qingshan didn't lie to her. She couldn't help but ask anxiously, Then, big brother Tung, why did you still accept the challenge? Do you think I would cower in that situation? Tung Qingshan asked back. Seeing Li Jun's anxious expression, she said, But you can't risk your life. Seeing this, Tung Qingshan smiled and said, Don't worry. This battle, firstly, was forced by the situation at that time. Secondly, I wanted to take this opportunity to see the power of the defensive spear art I created. Thirdly, even if I really can't win and lose to the first godly general, it won't be shameful. Li Jun said anxiously, but the first godly general is fighting excitedly. If you can't defend against one move, then Li Jun was most worried that Tung Qingshan would be severely injured or even killed. I have a 100% chance of surviving. Tung Qingshan smiled calmly. Li Jun was slightly surprised. Don't worry. What you need to do now is to help me find a weapon. A long spear, no, a long rod. Find a good long rod. Tung Qing Shan said, there should be many rod-type weapons in the God of Heaven Mountain. Go find a good one. At least one that can let me perform to my heart's content. Among the 5 elemental spear arts, the defensive spear art, transmutation unity law, was not much different when performed with a rod. Compared to a rod, a spear only had an extra spearhead. Using a spear would easily make people think of it. As for the rod art, there were many people on the prairie who knew it. In addition, Tung Qingshan's transmutation unity law staff art had already transformed. Who could recognize it? Okay, Li Jun nodded hastily. If she could make Tung Qingshan stronger during the competition, she would definitely do it to her heart's content. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she said hastily, Big brother Tim. You said, Rod. I heard about it. A long time ago, the God of Heaven had a powerful opponent on the Great Prairie. The God of Heaven and that super powerful expert fought fiercely. In the end, the God of Heaven killed the opponent and brought the opponent's weapon back to the God of Heaven Mountain. It was said that the weapon was called the Dark Blaze Rod. It was a very special, godly weapon. Dark Blaze Rod? The weapon of the opponent of the God of Heaven? Tung Qingshan was also slightly interested. I only heard about it occasionally, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I don't know if the Dark Blaze Rod is still in the God of Heaven Mountain. Big brother Tung, you stay here first. I will go look for it. Li Jun did as she said. Just as Tung Qingshan opened his mouth, let's eat lunch together, Li Jun left like a gust of wind before he could finish his words. Chapter 286. Recently, the God of Heaven Mountain was very lively. The legendary demon Arata and the first godly general of the God of Heaven Mountain actually fought for a short while. They even decided on a blood battle of warriors. This caused many godly generals, messengers of God, and a large group of disciples and guards of the God of Heaven Mountain to discuss with each other excitedly. As for the black cloak messenger of God, Wan Tianyang, he was just a laughing stock in the discussions of the people of the God of Heaven Mountain. Everyone was mainly discussing who would win between the demon Arata and the first godly General Borlimu. They would also talk about the relationship between Demon Arata and Her Highness the Goddess. There were even well-informed people who claimed that Her Highness the Goddess had gone to the Divine Weapon Pagoda and taken away the Divine Weapon Dark Blaze Rod. It was said that someone personally saw the goddess take the Dark Blaze Rod to the residence of the demon Arata. June 27th, early morning. In the sky above the prairie. Screech, the loud cries of condors resounded in the sky. 2 gigantic godly condors, one black and the other white, with fiery red crowns on their heads, spread their wings and flew rapidly. On the backs of the 2 godly condors, there was a graceful young lady wearing a white cloak with a few green whips around her waist, and a black-bearded young man wearing a green cloak with long hair draped over his shoulders. He was also holding a dark red long rod in his hand. A man and a woman were both sitting on the backs of the godly condors. Little June, this lady. Tung Qingshan looked at the white-cloaked young lady on the back of the other godly condor and sighed in his heart. After the battle at the life and death cliff tomorrow, I will immediately leave and go out to sea. Otherwise, if I stay here for too long, Little June had been very busy these few days. Tung Qingshan had seen all of this. In addition, when he looked at Little June, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but think of his wife from his previous life, Kitten. Therefore, when he looked at Little June, he would unconsciously lose his composure. This made the atmosphere between the two of them rather ambiguous. In addition, Little June had feelings for Tung Qingshan. She was even more eager to help Tung Qingshan. Dark Blaze Rod. Tung Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the dark red long rod in his hand. This was a divine weapon. After he had requested for a rod-type divine weapon, Little June had gotten it for him that afternoon. This Dark Blaze Rod is a special godly weapon? What's special about it? Tung Qingshan held the long rod in his hand and said, This Dark Blaze Rod is 8 feet long, and it feels a little warm in my hand. It was more similar to touching 10 millennia cold steel. However, this dark blaze rod is definitely not forged from the 10 millennia cold steel. Tung Qingshan was very familiar with the 10 millennia cold steel. Of course, he could tell at a glance. Moreover, on the surface of this dark blaze rod, there's streaks of marks that seem to be formed naturally. Tung Qingshan stroked the rod, feeling somewhat puzzled. Among weapons, the difficulty of crafting a staff was not high. It wasn't strange for there to be patterns on the surface of the rod. However, Tung Qingshan had never seen patterns like the dark blaze rod that were naturally scattered on the surface of the rod like a spider's web. Special? It's probably because the material is special. Tung Qingshan thought to himself. At least, the people of the god of Heaven Mountain didn't know the material of the dark blaze rod. Even Tung Qingshan himself didn't know. Just when Tung Qingshan was pondering over this question, suddenly, a clear and melodious cry rang out from Li Jun's mouth. Screech, following the high-pitched cry of the snow-white female fierce wind celestial eagle. The male fierce wind celestial eagle also cried out in agreement. The two divine eagles immediately dove downwards. In just a moment, the two divine eagles arrived on the grassland. The strong wind pressure caused the green grass to bend. Li Jun jumped down from the back of the divine eagle excitedly. She turned her head and looked at Tung Qingshan. She shouted happily, "Big brother Tung, quickly come down and take a look. This is the sea of flowers I told you about. The people of the prairie call these flowers ice blue flowers. It's really beautiful." Tung Qingshan gazed ahead. On the vast prairie in front of him, there were actually many blue flowers. They were like blue dots dotting the green prairie, appearing very beautiful and moving. "Yes, big brother Tung, I won't disturb your practice of the rod art anymore. I'll go to the side and take a stroll. It's very quiet here." Every night, there would be an extremely cold wind blowing, causing no tribes in the surrounding 100 li. You can cultivate in peace. Li Jun winked at Tung Qingshan and ran forward happily. According to Tung Qingshan's plan, he would practice his spear art during the 3 days of preparation before the battle at the Life and Death Cliff. Li Jun thought that Tung Qingshan would be bored training hard on the god of Heaven Mountain. Therefore, she brought Tung Qingshan to the Great Prairie. As he watched Li Jun leave happily and occasionally let out bird cries, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but smile. This little girl? Yes, there are many people on the god of Heaven Mountain, so I can't practice the transmutation unity law with all my strength. However, the surrounding area is very spacious, so I don't need to worry about it. Li Jun crouched on the grassland and looked at Tung Qingshan through the flowers in the distance. The azure-cloaked Tung Qingshan wielded the dark blaze rod in Tung Qingshan's hands as if it weighed millions of jin. However, if one blinked, one would feel that the speed of the dark blaze rod was extremely fast. Li Jun wasn't surprised at all by this strong visual contrast. Instead, she smiled peacefully and crouched on the grassland as she watched silently. It would be enough if I could watch Big Brother Tung cultivate from afar every day, Li Jun said softly. Since early morning, Tung Qingshan had been practicing the rod art for 2 whole hours. Phew! The rod shadows stopped, and Tung Qingshan stood with the rod in his hand. The dark blaze rod isn't much different from the reincarnation spear. Tung Qingshan glanced at the dark blaze rod in his hand with satisfaction. The surrounding grassland had been completely destroyed, revealing the earthy yellow soil under the grassland and an immeasurably deep pit. During the 2 hours of practice, Tung Qingshan had exerted all of his strength for over 10 breaths of time. This dark blaze rod can obviously withstand all of my explosive strength easily. What Tung Qingshan was most worried about was that the moment he exerted all of his strength, the weapon in his hand would break under the tremendous force. That would be terrible. Just as I expected, there isn't much difference between using the transmutation unity law and using the rod or the spear. The power of using the transmutation unity law while holding the dark blaze rod and using the reincarnation spear were about the same. Big brother Tung, big brother Tung. A clear and melodious shout, like the chirping of an oriole, came from afar. Tung Qingshan looked into the distance. Amidst the vast sea of flowers on the grassland, a graceful girl wearing a white cloak was running happily like a fairy among the flowers. Seeing this scene, Tung Qingshan felt relaxed and happy. Big Brother Tung. Big Brother Tung. The girl who had the same face as Kitten and the figure that was running happily towards him made Tung Qingshan's thoughts blur. It was as if he had returned to his previous life. Phew! A gust of wind blew over. The millions of blue ice flowers bowed their heads due to the wind. As the wind blew on Tung Qingshan's face, Tung Qingshan's entire body trembled slightly. His eyes suddenly lit up like the sun. Wind, sea of flowers, grassland. Tung Qingshan closed his eyes and let go of the dark blaze rod. He started practicing the earth element fist as if he couldn't control himself. Tung Qingshan had only created the first section of the earth element fist. However, this time, after Tung Qingshan finished practicing the first section, he actually continued practicing the next section, one move at a time. As he practiced, the moves were constantly changing. Big Brother Tung, what's wrong? When Li Jun saw that Tung Qingshan had stopped practicing the rod art, she ran over excitedly. When she saw this scene, she was slightly stunned. Li Jun was also an inner strength expert. She also realized something and thought to herself, could it be that Big Brother Tung has comprehended something? Immediately, Li Jun revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Big Brother Tung said that he doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning. If Big Brother Tung breaks through this time, he will probably become much stronger. Li Jun didn't dare to disturb Tung Qingshan. She just waited silently at the side. Time passed slowly, from morning to noon, and then to evening. Tung Qingshan had been practicing the fist art with his eyes closed. Late at night, on the grassland, phew, gusts of cold wind whistled past. Li Jun shrunk her body and hid beside the white, fierce wind divine eagle. She watched Tung Qingshan silently. At this moment, Tung Qingshan's entire body was covered with an earthen yellow glow. Every move seemed to be as slow as a snail's crawl. However, strangely, there were many blurry earthen yellow afterimages. Those afterimages were the afterimages of Tung Qingshan's arms. Slow as a snail, but there were many afterimages. Rumble, Tung Qingshan's every move contained a terrifying power. The air exploded again and again, emitting rumbling sounds. The surrounding grassland tumbled, and the ice-blue flowers were shattered into pieces. However, Tung Qingshan, who had his eyes closed, was still practicing. June 28th. Today was the day of the battle. However, Tung Qingshan was still on the grassland. The sun had already risen, and the sunlight shone on the earth. However, Tung Qingshan was still practicing the fist art. Every punch caused the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble and the air to explode. Li Jun, who was standing far away, could only vaguely see the azure figure through the exploding air. Today is the day of the battle. However, Big Brother Tung seems to still be immersed in enlightenment. What should I do? Li Jun was slightly anxious. If he didn't participate in the blood battle of warriors, he would be looked down upon. However, Big Brother Tung closed his eyes and cultivated for no reason. It should be because of enlightenment. This kind of opportunity is very hard to come by. It must not be destroyed. Li Jun also understood this. She clenched her teeth and said, I hope Big Brother Tung can wake up soon. Otherwise, I can only give up on this battle. Li Jun also understood that compared to a battle, the opportunity to gain enlightenment was much more important. Give up on this battle. Li Jun felt helpless. In order to gain enlightenment, strength, opportunity, inspiration, and so on were all indispensable. An epiphany was supposed to be a joyous event, but this sudden epiphany made Tung Qingshan feel as if he might miss the bloody battle of the warriors. The god of Heaven Mountain, Life and Death Cliff. The Life and Death Cliff was located halfway up the god of Heaven Mountain. It was a spacious and flat area near the cliff wall. Standing at the side, one could see the immeasurably deep cliff. Even an innate expert would fall to his death from a cliff that was over 1,000 jong high. Therefore, it was named the Life and Death Cliff. The battle at the Life and Death Cliff meant that one would disregard life and death. At this moment, a great number of experts of the god of Heaven Mountain had gathered around the Life and Death Cliff. The other godly generals had all arrived. The first godly general, Boralimu, sat cross-legged in the middle of the spacious area of the Life and Death Cliff with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. P.S. 2 chapters completed. From tomorrow onwards, Tomato will write 3 chapters a day and continue to erupt. Please support me with your monthly tickets. Tomato's heart itches when he sees the monthly tickets in everyone's hands. Chapter 287. Today, Boralimu was wearing a plain yellow long robe. Not only did the silver hair on his temples not make him look old, it made him look even more majestic. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. What's going on? What kind of situation was this? Didn't Demon Arata drink the blood of the brave warrior and agree to this battle? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The 7 divine generals stood side by side. One of the fatter ones said with a frown. The 5th godly general, Erikir, who was next to him, smiled faintly and said, "Senior Marshal Brother, don't worry. Look at eldest senior brother. He's not anxious at all." The slightly plump man glanced at the 1st godly general, Boralimu, and laughed softly. "Junior Marshal Brother, don't be fooled by eldest Marshal Brother's calm appearance. Who among us doesn't know that he's obsessed with martial arts and has a fiery temper? I bet he's the most anxious one out of everyone here. I'm most afraid that Hoo-ha guy will run away in fear." "I don't think so." The other divine generals were also worried. When Hoo-ha fought with eldest Marshal Brother with his fists and palms, Hoo-ha had the upper hand. The group of godly generals were looking forward to the fight between 2 extremely powerful experts. On the Life and Death Cliff, not only were the divine generals discussing, but the divine envoys, disciples, and soldiers were also discussing in low voices. "That Arata hasn't come yet. He must be too scared to accept the challenge." "Impossible. Demon Arata is fearless." There were those who supported the Demon Arata, and there were those who did not believe in it. On the prairie, rumble, space trembled, and shattered explosive forces of energy erupted in all directions, causing the ground and the surroundings, which had long since been destroyed, to tremble unceasingly. Through the twisting energy, one could vaguely see the cyan figure slowly demonstrating the fist technique. "The sun is so high now." Li Jun, who was hiding beside the white fierce wind godly eagle, raised her head and looked at the sky, feeling slightly anxious. Maybe the people on the Life and Death Cliff think that Big Brother Tongue is afraid. Now Big Brother Tongue had an epiphany and had a breakthrough. If I really fight with the 1st godly general, I'm sure I'll have a high chance of winning. No matter how anxiously June was, she chose to endure. I can't miss the epiphany. High noon on the Life and Death Cliff of the god of Heaven Mountain. From the time the sun rose to the middle of the sky, it took more than 4 hours. This caused some of the experts of the god of Heaven Mountain, who were originally looking forward to watching the battle, to feel extremely anxious. He was also very angry. Demon Arata? What a joke. He was just a coward. What a coward. They didn't even come to the blood battle of the warriors. What a disgrace to the great prairie. Some people began to curse in low voices. "Let's go, it's lunchtime. Since he hasn't appeared yet, he must be deliberately not coming." Among the large number of spectators, many of them started cursing as they left the Life and Death Cliff. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out. "Everyone, I just went to the guest house of the Demon Arata and asked his maid." This deep and resounding voice caused a large group of people on the Life and Death Cliff to look over. Even the 1st godly General Boralimu, who had been sitting cross-legged for over 4 hours, looked over. The one who spoke was a tall man wearing silver armor. He said angrily, "The maid said that the Demon Arata and the goddess left the god of Heaven Mountain together yesterday morning. They still haven't returned to the god of Heaven Mountain. An uproar immediately arose. The spectators around the life and death cliff looked at each other in disbelief. Humph! The black-cloaked messenger of God, Wan Tianyang, who was hiding in the crowd, sneered and said, 3 days ago, Hoo-ha was so arrogant. Today, he is like a turtle hiding in its shell. He even accepted the blood battle of the warriors but didn't participate. Once this news spreads, the entire Great Prairie will look down on him. If one didn't accept the challenge, others might look down on him, but it wouldn't affect him much. But if he accepted the challenge, if he didn't participate, he would be a real coward. All of you shut up. A deep roar suddenly sounded and echoed in the sky above the life and death cliff. Everyone looked towards the first godly general, Boralimu, who was standing in the center of the empty ground. Boralimu's face turned ugly as he glanced at the surrounding crowd coldly and said, "If you can't wait, then get lost. I will wait until the sun sets for the battle between Hoo-ha and me. I believe that a powerful expert like Hoo-ha is not a coward." Must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Wan Tianyang cursed in his heart. However, the spectators didn't dare to offend the first godly general. They could only exchange glances with each other. Some people left silently, while others didn't want to give up after waiting for so long. Silence. The life and death cliff was completely silent. Occasionally, 2 or 3 people would leave the life and death cliff, while the others who didn't want to give up continued to wait. The disciples of the 8 godly generals also didn't dare to leave since their teacher was here. Screech, screech. 2 ear-piercing screeches of eagles came from the distant sky. Almost at the same time, everyone on the life and death cliff, including Boralimu, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, turned their heads and looked in the direction of the screeches. 2 huge, fierce, winged, godly eagles, one black and one white, spread their wings and flew. In the blink of an eye, they rapidly approached from afar. Phew! The swift flight of the fierce winged, godly eagles created a strong wind pressure, causing many shattered rocks on the life and death cliff to roll down. The robes of many spectators fluttered. Old Brother Boralimu, sorry to keep you waiting. A hearty laughter sounded. A figure leaped down from the back of the black, fierce-winged, godly eagle and landed on the ground with a bang sound. It was Hoo-ha, who wore an azure cloak, had long hair, and a face full of beard. He was the peerless expert who was rumored to be the demon Arata. As soon as Tung Qingshan landed on the ground, he scanned the surroundings with his blade-like sharp eyes. The hearts of the people who were originally angry trembled. Wan Tianyang, who wanted to watch Tung Qingshan make a fool of himself, didn't even dare to move. This was because this was the demon Arata, a truly invincible expert. Boralimu suddenly stood up and stared at Tung Qingshan with a pair of tiger-like eyes. He laughed and said, "I knew that a brave warrior like Brother Hoo-ha would never intentionally run away." With the dark blaze rod in his hand, Tung Qingshan laughed heartily and said, "Old Brother Boralimu, it was my fault this time. Something unexpected happened. I didn't expect this to happen. After I dealt with my own matters, I hurried over. Fortunately, I had the fierce-winged, godly eagle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it in time." At this moment, Li Jun, who was wearing a white cloak, had already come down from the back of the fierce-winged, godly eagle. She smiled and looked at the 2 peerless experts in the middle of the field. Her gaze was more focused on Tung Qingshan. Big Brother Tung said at the beginning that he didn't have a sliver of confidence in winning this fight. However, he had a great breakthrough this time, so he should be able to win. With the dark blaze rod in his hand, Tung Qingshan was filled with confidence. "I didn't expect that I would have an epiphany this time. Also, this time is different from last time. Last time, I was interrupted halfway, but this time I didn't. I finally completed the 2nd stage of the Earth Element Fist in one go." Tung Qingshan's emotions surged as he thought to himself, "Although I didn't make it in time, I slowly merged the concept of the 2nd stage of the Earth Element Fist into the Transmutation Unity Law Spear Art. Even so, I still have the confidence to win, at least 70%. If Tung Qingshan, who had comprehended the first stage of the earth element fist, could be said to be a Golden Dan innate expert. But now, Tung Ching Shan, who had comprehended the second stage of the earth element fist, would dare to challenge the number one expert of the heavenly ranking if he was well prepared. Brother Hoo-ha, are you ready? Boralimu asked expectantly. Tung Ching Shan scanned the surroundings and said loudly, "Everyone, please step back another 20 zhang. Otherwise, this weapon has no eyes. It would be bad if it accidentally hurts you." The several hundred people in the surroundings didn't dare to say anything when they heard Tung Ching Shan's domineering and arrogant words. Each and every one of them hastily stepped back another 20 zhang. Beside the spacious field was 1,000 zhang cliff. Tung Ching Shan and Boralimu stared at each other. "I heard that older brother Boralimu, your palm art is extremely powerful. You and I won't use weapons. How about we fight empty-handed?" Tung Ching Shan said loudly. Hearing this, Boralimu was astonished. His unique technique, 7 heavenly thunderbolts, was originally a palm art. However, if others used weapons, he would be at a disadvantage if he used palm art. Therefore, he also used a weapon, a godly pestle. Waving the godly pestle that weighed over 100 jin, he incorporated the moves of the 7 heavenly thunderbolts into it. Comparatively speaking, if both sides were empty-handed, Boralimu would be at an advantage. Boralimu felt the blood in his body boiling with excitement as he said, "Ha! Brother Hoo-ha, you are so brave. Then I, Boralimu, will try my best. This set of palm art of mine is a set of 7 moves that I created after diligently cultivating for over 100 years. You better be careful. I have heard of 7 heavenly thunderbolts a long time ago." Tung Ching Shan also looked at Boralimu with a smile as he said, "I will use my fist to experience the unique palm art of the god of Heaven Mountain's first godly general." The conversation between the two caused the surrounding people to hold their breaths as they stared at the center of the field. Boralimu suddenly threw the godly pestle, which transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the side of the cliff. Pooh! The godly pestle was like a sharp arrow as it pierced into the cliff. Tung Ching Shan also waved his hand, and the dark blaze rod in his hand also transformed into a blur as it easily pierced into the mountain rocks on the cliff. "Be careful," Boralimu said solemnly. Immediately, Boralimu's entire body faintly glowed with an azure light. His earthy yellow long robe suddenly puffed up, and his veins were faintly visible. For a moment, the shattered mountain rocks around him faintly trembled. At this moment, Boralimu was like an invincible god of thunder. Tung Ching Shan also took a deep breath. The opponent before him was a super expert that was ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. In addition, Boralimu had been cultivating in seclusion with the god of heaven. Even if Boralimu's strength hadn't reached the emptiness realm, he had already reached the limit. Boralimu was probably not weaker than Tung Ching Shan's teacher, Zhuge Yuanhan. Boralimu might even be stronger. Let's begin. Tung Ching Shan's gaze was completely fixed on his opponent. P.S. This is the first chapter. Looks like there will be 4 chapters today. Hee hee. Is everyone excited? Chapter 288. When the people who had left heard the cries of the condor, they all rushed over. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered on both sides of the life and death cliff, and the number was still increasing. Many people even climbed to the top of the cliff and looked down. Everyone was looking at Tung Ching Shan and Boralimu. Under everyone's gaze, Tung Ching Shan stretched his left leg half a step forward. His left hand was in front of him as he faced his opponent. However, his right hand was pressing down on his waist. This move was the 3 postures of Xing Yi martial arts. What move is this? This demon Arata isn't attacking. Why is he standing like that? What's the use of standing like that? Everyone was confused. However, Tung Ching Shan's opponent, the first godly General Boralimu, felt that Tung Ching Shan was like a lone wolf staring at him. Prepare to defend? Boralimu's figure flashed and circled around Tung Ching Shan, leaving an afterimage behind as he searched for an opportunity to attack. Tung Qingshan also circled around on the spot with his left hand pointing at his opponent. Phew! Boralimu stopped. This stance. Boralimu circled around Tung Qingshan, but he felt that he was always under Tung Qingshan's attack. Although it was just a stance, it made Boralimu feel like he didn't know where to start. This demon errata has also touched the edge of Tao. Boralimu finally realized that this simple stance of the three postures actually contained an infinite amount of mysteriousness, especially when it was executed by Tung Qingshan. Who cares what move he uses? I will break it. Boralimu was a super expert who had lived for more than 180 years. He humphed, and a white aura came out of his nostrils. Immediately, his speed increased to the maximum, leaving only an afterimage as he arrived in front of Tung Qingshan. So fast, in the blink of an eye, he traveled 20 zhong. What kind of speed is this? As expected of the first godly general, the spectators gasped in amazement. Amidst their amazement, there was a horrifying sound of collision. Pong! Tung Qingshan's left palm slapped forward and down. Boralimu's palm was slapped by Tung Qingshan's palm. The force of Tung Qingshan's palm was like a small mountain crashing down. Boralimu's face flushed red as he rapidly retreated over 10 steps. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the rocky ground, and the ground cracked. The scattered stones were like hidden weapons that shot towards the surroundings, frightening the onlookers and forcing them to retreat several feet away. With both of Boralimu's legs stuck in the mountain rock, he widened his eyes and shouted, "Good!" He actually dashed forward again. His speed was extremely fast. This time, Boralimu's palms completely transformed into illusions. With a sharp whistling sound that caused the air to vibrate and distort, Boralimu continuously slapped towards Tung Qingshan. Pong! Pong! Tung Qingshan's left and right hands, one at the front and one at the back, crisscrossed and slapped. Furthermore, his three postures was more beneficial to the exertion of his entire body strength. With the help of the strength from his waist, Tung Qingshan's palms exerted an unimaginable amount of strength. Almost every palm strike had the strength of 1,000,000 jin. The faster the speed, the weaker the power of each palm strike. However, Tung Qingshan completely twisted this law. Every time, Boralimu would be pushed back 2 zhong, but he would charge forward again every time. Boralimu's speed was so fast that it was impossible to lock onto him with one's eyes. However, Tung Qingshan was as steady as a rock. His palms were like 2 small mountains as they continuously slapped down. Pong! Pong! The heavy sounds were like the explosions of spring thunder. Every slap caused the mountain rocks to tremble and the ground to crack. Blades of air flew everywhere. Strong winds wreaked havoc, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Amidst the dust and crushed stones, the figures of Tung Qingshan and the first godly general Boralimu became blurry. However, everyone on the scene could see it clearly. The figure of the first godly general, Boralimu, was faintly discernible like waves. However, the demon errata stood there steadily. He almost didn't move from his position and only slapped rapidly with his palms. He was like a reef in the middle of a wave. No matter how many times you attack, I will not move. The other 7 godly generals were astonished as they watched this scene. The 5th godly general, Erikir, was slightly excited as he said, "Eldest martial brother is already paying a lot of attention to this demon errata." Firstly, he used the fastest 3rd strike of the 7 heavenly thunderbolts, Fierce Thunderbolt. I didn't expect that the opponent could easily block every palm strike. The 3rd godly general, who was at the side, licked his lips and lightly exhaled, as expected of the super powerful demon errata. Terrifying, terrifying. To think that I wanted to kill him back then. Erikir's eyes lit up as he didn't dare to miss any moment of this battle. With the strength of this demon errata, he could even kill the red-eyed snow lion with his bare hands. He didn't kill it back then because he probably knew that the red-eyed snow lion was related to Li Jun. Fortunately, this scene was too terrifying. The other godly generals probably wouldn't dare to block the extremely ferocious attack of the first godly general. However, the demon Arata didn't even take a step back. A true, powerful expert. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. This might be the most exciting battle of the pinnacle that they had ever seen in their lives. Bang! The figure in the yellow cloak suddenly retreated like a beam of light, creating a distance of 20 zhang between him and the figure in the green cloak. At this moment, the eyes of the first godly general, Borolimu, shone brightly as he laughed heartily. Brother Hoo-ha, no wonder you dared to say that you wanted to fight me with bare hands. You are indeed strong. My 7 heavenly thunderbolts is famous for being ferocious. I didn't expect your palm strike to be even stronger and faster. Awesome, awesome. I have never met someone who could reach your level with bare hands. The figure in the green cloak, the demon Arata, also let out a loud laughter that resounded through the sky. In terms of defense, Tung Qingshan, who had comprehended the second stage of the earth element fist, could be said to be an impenetrable wall when he waved his palms. Brother Hoo-ha, my lifespan is reaching its end. It is my luck to be able to meet a powerful expert like you in the last 10 years of my life. I originally didn't want to fight to the death. However, Brother Hoo-ha, your strength is too strong, and I don't want to give up this battle. Therefore, be careful. Even I can't control the strength of my next move. Borolimu said solemnly. Haha, use whatever move you have. At this moment, Tung Qingshan was completely excited. It was obvious that his opponent still had a trump card. If Tung Qingshan hadn't comprehended the second stage of the earth element fist, he would have been forced to admit defeat by Tung Qingshan's lightning-fast and wind-like palms. However, it was different now. After comprehending for more than a day, Tung Qingshan had already transformed. Eldest martial brother is really risking his life. The 7 godly generals were slightly excited and trembling. At this moment, he has no choice but to risk his life. The 5th godly general, Erikir, stared at the 2 people in the field. The first godly general, Borolimu, humphed deeply. Azure lightning flashed all over his body. His hair and beard stood on end as he glared angrily. Suddenly, he dashed forward and made a flying kick. Boom! The rocky ground suddenly trembled and hideous cracks appeared on the ground. However, after Borolimu dashed into the air, he fell down at a shocking speed. His palms formed a fork and overlapped with each other. Yaha! With a ferocious expression, Borolimu suddenly roared. He overlapped his palms and fiercely struck a huge palm print towards Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan raised his head. His right palm, which was originally pressed on his waist, suddenly shot toward the sky like a bow, and his right palm was like an arrow. In the face of that terrifying giant palm print with a whooshing sound, he used a pagoda-lifting movement to block it. Bang! The 2 huge palms directly collided. The shockwave burst forth from his palm and rapidly spread out in all directions. This flat-shaped shockwave was like a giant sharp knife, and it actually cut an extremely long ravine on the mountain wall next to him. Many trees, plants, and weeds were crushed into powder. Fortunately, the spectators had already retreated far away, and no one died. However, there were still people who were accidentally injured. Where's the demon Arata? Everyone in the surroundings stared at the center of the life and death cliff. There was a huge crater. The center of the crater was originally where Tung Qingshan stood. But now, there was a huge crater here. The first godly general, Borolimu, stood in the distance and stared at the crater. The demon Arata is in the crater. The 7 godly generals finally let out a sigh of relief. The power of eldest martial brother's fury of thunder is indeed terrifying. The instantaneous explosive power far exceeds that of an ordinary Golden Dan innate expert. If I were to face this attack, I would only be able to dodge and wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Erikir stared at the crater and thought to himself. As expected of the expert, known as the Demon Errata, this fury of thunder should be eldest martial brother's strongest move in terms of pure strength. The fat, godly general at the side stared at the crater and thought to himself, if this demon Errata forcefully withstood this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Yes, eldest martial brother is the expert closest to the emptiness realm. Although this move is not the strongest move of the 7 heavenly thunderbolts, it is the strongest move in terms of pure strength. As the expert closest to the emptiness realm, Hoo-ha would definitely be severely injured if he forcefully withstood this strongest move. No one doubted this. After all, Borlimu had leaped, dived, and the energy in his body surged. His palms overlaid and accumulated power before finally striking out with that palm. Crack, crack, sporadic sounds came from the crater. Immediately, the life and death cliff became silent. Li Jun also stared at the crater with a hint of worry in her eyes. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. A great amount of rocks flew out from the crater. An azure-cloaked figure leaped out from the flying rocks and landed on the empty ground. It was Hoo-ha, who was known as the Demon Errata. At this moment, the azure cloak on his body was slightly tattered. However, his strong muscles could be faintly seen through the tattered clothes. Big brother Hoo-ha! Li Jun shouted excitedly from afar. The Demon Errata! The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. As for the first godly general, Borlimu, who had been silent all this time, when he saw Tong Qingshan rush out, he revealed a hint of excitement and laughed happily. Ha! You didn't disappoint me. It seems that I can finally reveal the 7th move that I created. P.S. Chapter 2 is here. Chapter 289. The 7th Strike. Eldest martial brother is not going to use the 6th strike, Raging Thunderblast, but the 7th strike, Descent of the Thunder God. The tall and skinny 3rd godly general was slightly surprised. The 7th godly general rubbed his chin and stared excitedly at the 2 unparalleled experts in the field. It doesn't matter if it's the 6th strike or the 7th strike. It's harmful to eldest martial brother's body. Looking at the strength of this Demon Errata, the 6th strike probably won't be able to defeat him. Therefore, he might as well use the 7th strike. Eldest martial brother only demonstrated this move to us in the past when he created it. Dozens of years have passed, but eldest martial brother has never used this move in a battle. Erikir said softly, "That's because no one is worthy of eldest martial brother doing this." The 7 godly generals were all looking forward to it. How powerful would the 7th strike of the 7 heavenly thunderbolts be when used by the current 1st godly general, Borlimu? I didn't disappoint you. However, brother Borlimu, your previous performance disappointed me. Until now, I still haven't warmed up my muscles and bones. Tong Qingshan warmed up his muscles and bones, and his entire body emitted cracking sounds. I hope your 7th strike of the 7 heavenly thunderbolts won't disappoint me. The arrogance in Tong Qingshan's words made many people of the god of Heaven Mountain feel indignant. However, there were also many people who looked at Tong Qingshan with respect. If you have the strength, you should be arrogant. The men of the Great Prairie admired powerful warriors the most. A large amount of white mist shrouded the peak of the god of Heaven Mountain. Deep within the mist, a figure wearing a loose white cloak could be vaguely seen. He had a big belly, a round face, and small eyes. He always had a smile on his face, and it seemed that the surrounding mist became cheerful because of his existence. In the mist, he looked down at the battle that was happening on the life and death cliff. This little guy seems to have touched the edge of Tao. The round-faced fat old man sighed and said, "He's so young, but he's already as strong as Borlimu. If this continues, he will definitely step into the emptiness realm within a few dozen years." Borlimu is going to use the move Descent of the Thunder God. In his 7 heavenly thunder strikes, Only this move can be considered to have touched the edge of Tao. The round-faced fat old man smiled as he watched the battle happening below. On life and death cliff, Boralimu's face flushed red as he laughed. The seventh move of the 7 heavenly thunderbolts is called Descent of the Thunder God. I have never used it in a battle. Brother Hoo-ha, try the power of this move yourself. While Boralimu was speaking, the azure lightning around him suddenly exploded. It was as if his entire body was covered by a lightning armor. His mouth opened wide, suck. A large amount of air gushed into Boralimu's mouth. It could be seen with the naked eye that Boralimu's stomach was expanding. Chi-Chi, the azure lightning would occasionally enter his stomach. What move? Tung Qingshan immediately became vigilant. With Tung Qingshan's body, he could inhale a much stronger airflow than his opponent. However, the attack power of breathing and exhaling was negligible. Eldest senior brother is going to attack. If we miss this, we probably won't be able to see you in the future. The 7 godly generals and a large number of experts on the life and death cliff held their breaths as they watched this strange scene. Boralimu forcefully inhaled until his stomach swelled up. Boralimu then closed his mouth and stopped inhaling. However, his swollen stomach made people worry that his stomach would burst. With his left foot in front, Tung Qingshan turned his body sideways and faced his opponent with his left hand, still using the 3 postures. Boralimu's eyes turned red, and indigo lightning flashed faintly in his eyes. Bang! With a loud sound, Boralimu stomped on the ground and transformed into a blur. With lightning speed, he actually ran along a strange arc and ran towards Tung Qingshan. Something's wrong. Tung Qingshan didn't dare to relax and locked his eyes on his opponent. Boralimu, who had a bulging stomach and was covered in azure lightning, had a ferocious expression as he glared angrily. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. What? Tung Qingshan could clearly see that Boralimu's mouth actually had a passageway made of thunderbolts. This passageway of thunderbolts connected from his mouth to his body. Screech! An extremely sharp, high-pitched, and strange sound came from Boralimu's mouth. As Boralimu's body moved and made strange turns, the sharp sounds from different directions directly affected Tung Qingshan's body. Tung Qingshan, who had been cautious, clearly felt a headache and dizziness. Plop, plop, plop. Tung Qingshan felt his heart beating faster than ever and his ears instantly ringing. It was as if all the messy sounds from the bell, drum, and rubble were ringing. Phew! Tung Qingshan's ears automatically closed and blocked them. The strange sharp sound came from several directions, and it was directed at Tung Qingshan. After Tung Qingshan pointed, the sounds either became stronger or weaker. The power of the sound that dissipated was already very weak, but even so, the faces of many of the spectators 1,000 zhang away still turned pale, and their eyes rolled back as they silently fell to the ground. The faces of those who didn't fall to the ground were also incomparably pale. Tung Qingshan's strong body allowed him to immediately break free from that state. However, just as he felt dizzy from the pain, Boralimu's ferocious figure had already dashed to the front of Tung Qingshan. You lost! Boralimu slapped towards Tung Qingshan's chest with his left hand and slapped towards Tung Qingshan's back with his right hand. Oomph. Tung Qingshan's eyes were clear. Because he woke up a bit late, Tung Qingshan didn't have time to swing his palm. Ha! Tung Qingshan let out a deep roar. Tung Qingshan's left hand, which was originally in front of his chest, immediately moved to block. At the same time, his body was like a clumsy big bear that couldn't stand firm and was about to fall. Tung Qingshan actually faced the slap from behind. At the moment of contact, a certain muscle on Tung Qingshan's back actually bulged, and the internal supreme force was completely filled with it. Bang! Not only did Tung Qingshan's back touch forcefully block the opponent's palm, his entire back also collided with Boralimu's chest. Boom! With a loud boom, the lightning true origin light barrier in front of Boralimu's chest shattered. Boralimu felt as though he was hit by a huge mountain as he was thrown several zhang away. He then fell onto the ground that was filled with crushed stones. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Originally, because of the descent of the thunder god, many people in the distance fainted. The experts who were awake were all amazed. Everyone admired the first godly general and believed that the first godly general would definitely win. However, in the blink of an eye, the first godly general was actually sent flying by a very stupid move. Back touch? Even the protective light barrier was shattered. Heavily injured? Who? Boralimu, who fell to the ground, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the tattered ground. How is this possible? Boralimu couldn't believe it as he thought to himself. How could his back hit be so powerful? The 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians of the human body. The most explosive power came from the hands and feet. How could his back be so powerful? Furthermore, I was so close to him. How was he able to withstand my palm strike and continue to explode and shatter my protective barrier with his back? I don't understand. Boralimu couldn't understand. The 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal meridians of the human body were rarely cleared, even for innate experts, even if all of them were connected. However, other than these main meridians, the human body also has other functions. There are also many minor meridians, as well as some unknown meridians connected to the skin. Usually, when one just started cultivating inner strength, those small meridians will be blocked. Logically speaking, the tiny meridians of all inborn experts should be blocked. Even if the tiny meridians were unobstructed, with how thin the meridians were, the power of the true essence that burst forth shouldn't be so strong. Strange. In the clouds and mist, the round-faced elder with a big belly, who was overlooking the battle below, frowned as he thought to himself. Could it be that all his tiny meridians are already unobstructed? Only when one reaches the emptiness realm can he unobstruct every single meridian. However, this little fellow is obviously not an emptiness realm expert. Even if all his meridians are unobstructed, his back hit shouldn't have been able to burst forth with such a powerful force. The round-faced elder was also very confused. Even an emptiness realm expert wouldn't know that Tung Qingshan used his physical strength. It wasn't true essence. The amount of physical strength couldn't be seen from the surface. Looking at the injured Boralimu on the ground, Tung Qingshan thought to himself, "Do you think that the branch of internal martial arts is the same as you? That we can only use our hands and feet to attack? In the branch of internal martial arts, which part of the body can't be used as a weapon?" The move just now was the bare form of the 12 forms of Xing-Yi martial arts, bare hitting mountain. It looked clumsy, but when the body exerted force in an instant, the power was extremely great. "Ha, old brother Boralimu." Tung Qingshan laughed as he walked to the mountain wall and pulled out his weapon, the dark blaze rod. With a flick and a shake of the dark blaze rod, Boralimu's weapon, the godly pestle, flew towards Boralimu. Boralimu immediately stretched out his hand and took back his weapon. "Old brother Boralimu, you and I have already fought barehanded. Now, do you want to fight with weapons?" Tung Qingshan laughed loudly. Boralimu stood up and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he laughed forthrightly and said, "Brother Hoo-ha, if I continue to be thick-skinned and fight with you with weapons, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at by everyone. You were able to break my descent of the Thunder God. Even if I use weapons, I will still lose. This fight, I, Boralimu, have lost. I admit my defeat. Old brother Boralimu, I barely won by one move. Just now, if I had woken up a bit slower, I would have been hit." Tung Qingshan smiled and said, "This fight is over. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." Boralimu still wanted to ask Tung Qingshan to stay. However, Tung Qingshan walked directly towards Li Jun. Li Jun's face was filled with an excited smile as she walked shoulder to shoulder with Tung Qingshan. When they were far away from the people behind, Li Jun lowered her voice and said excitedly, "Big brother Tung, you won. It was a bit dangerous." Tung Qingshan smiled faintly. Suddenly, A cry of surprise came from the people behind. Lord Arata. He seemed to be defending from the beginning to the end. At the end, he won with a simple back attack. That back attack can also be considered as a form of defense. That's right. Lord Arata didn't even attack from the beginning to the end, and he won. This is unbelievable. Hearing the cries of surprise coming from behind, Tung Qingshan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 290. It's not that I don't want to attack. It's because my attacking fist art is still very weak. Tung Qingshan felt very helpless. Among the 5 elements of the heavens and earth, his earth element fist had reached the 2nd stage. This caused the power of Tung Qingshan's fist art, transmutation unity law, to be much more powerful. However, Tung Qingshan hadn't comprehended a single one of the 4 elements of the heavens and earth. The mountain path of the god of Heaven Mountain was rugged. Tung Qingshan and Li Jun hurried towards the goddess palace. On the life and death cliff, the experts who were affected and fainted quickly woke up. They had personally experienced the power of the descent of the thunder god and were even more amazed. They admired the demon Arata, who defeated the first godly general even more. A large group of people were discussing excitedly. Some were excited, and some were dissatisfied. The black-cloaked messenger of God, Wan Tianyang, felt even worse when he saw Tung Qingshan and Li Jun leaving together. Uha, you are so arrogant, but you don't have any backing. One day you'll be killed. You will definitely be killed. Wan Tianyang cursed in his heart as he left silently. He was very unhappy watching the fight this time. Eldest martial brother, how did Hua defeat you with a back attack? I don't understand. The 5th godly general, Eric here, was troubled by this question and asked hastily. The other godly generals also looked at the 1st godly general. The 1st godly general, Boralimu, smiled helplessly at his junior martial brothers and said, "Even now, I still don't know how he did that move. Eldest martial brother, we didn't purposely throw the match, did you?" The 8th godly general laughed. Hearing this, Boralimu glared. The 3rd godly general hastily said, "8th junior martial brother, don't talk nonsense. Is eldest martial brother that kind of person? You little brat. You said I threw the match. Why don't you try Hua's back attack?" Boralimu scolded jokingly. The 8 godly generals chatted and laughed as they walked on a mountain path. Although they lost this fight, Boralimu was in a very good mood, just as the 8 of them were walking. Suddenly, Lord 8 godly generals, 3-inch-long young men wearing gray long robes blocked the way. Inch-long hair meant that he was a disciple of Tantric Buddhism. The gold embroidery on the edge of the gray robe represented his identity as the god's personal attendant. The god of heaven wants the 8 divine generals to go to the god of heaven pagoda immediately. A youth in the lead said. The 8 godly generals looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. However, none of them dared to hesitate. They hurriedly rushed towards the god of heaven pagoda at the top of the mountain, in the guest house where Tung Qingshan lived. When Tung Qingshan and Li Jun stepped into the house, Li Jun turned to look at Tung Qingshan. Unable to suppress her excitement, she said, "Big brother Tung." That was the 1st godly general. He was strong enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly list. Big brother Tung, you're only 18 years old today, but you actually defeated him. Too amazing. Even those who did not have a good impression of Tung Qingshan would be dumbfounded if they knew about this record. Li Jun was originally inclined towards Tung Qingshan. Therefore, Tung Qingshan's success would be magnified in her heart. If he ran away, I wouldn't be able to catch up. Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Li Jun smiled and said, "The strong don't need to run away because they are weaker than you. That's why they have to run." Tung Qingshan laughed involuntarily. Tung Qingshan was in a good mood at this moment. After this battle, Tung Qingshan had a clearer understanding of his own strength. "I just had an epiphany and have yet to fully integrate the concept of the 2nd stage of the Earth Element Fist into the Transmutation Unity Law Spear art. Even so, I am already able to withstand the top 3 experts of the heavenly ranking. If I spend some time, my strength will increase further. In the entire land of the 9 prefectures, none of the experts of the heavenly ranking can make me afraid. The path he walked was the path of the branch of internal martial art. It was completely different from the path of the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect. Although the path was difficult, it was destined that he, the founder, would become extremely powerful after the Epiphany. Even if Gu Yong or Zhao Danshan were to come, I would be able to send them flying in all directions. Tung Qingshan couldn't help but think of the legendary blind sword master of Qinghu Island. The blind sword master is one of the most powerful figures in the land of the 9 prefectures. The current me can't return to the Gui Yuan sect yet. However, Tung Qingshan wasn't discouraged. The branch of internal martial art produces the internal supreme force. The way I use it now is still very shallow. Both the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect can use Qigong. As for the internal supreme force, it can also stimulate the acupoints, bones, and muscles. Theoretically, it should be possible to create a more powerful Qigong. Tung Qingshan understood this point. The Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect both had a large number of secret manuals of Qigong. However, the Qigong of the branch of internal martial art was a complete blank. There wasn't even a secret manual of Qigong. Everything needed Tung Qingshan, the founder, to write. Besides, the earth element fist contains the Tao of earth of the 5 elements of the heavens and earth. This Tao of earth can not only be used to defend fist arts and spear arts. It should also be used for Qigong. Tung Qingshan could faintly feel that he was immersed in the state of enlightenment. Tung Qingshan had a feeling. He might be able to run very far with one step. However, Tung Qingshan hadn't created this Qigong yet. I have the Tao. What I need now is enough time so that I can continue to create. Tung Qingshan was full of ambition. If I can comprehend the 5 elements of the heavens and earth, I will become one of the most powerful experts in the land of the 9 prefectures. At that time, why would I be afraid of the blind sword master? What Tung Qingshan looked forward to the most was the day he could return to the land of the 9 prefectures and Yangzhou. Yes, I need to hurry. I'll have lunch with little June and leave the god of Heaven Mountain in the afternoon. Tung Qingshan decided. Little June. Tung Qingshan looked at Li Jun. At this moment, Li Jun was in the hallway of the 2nd floor, giving orders to the maid downstairs. Li Jun smiled and walked into the room. Big brother Tung, I'll ask someone to prepare lunch. You haven't eaten for more than a day. Little June, I plan to leave this afternoon, Tung Qingshan said directly. Li Jun froze. You're leaving this afternoon? Today? Li Jun was caught unprepared. The past few days were the happiest days of her life. She could eat and chat with Big Brother Tung, whom she missed so much. She could watch Big Brother Tung cultivate from afar. She could help Big Brother Tung do some things, such as getting a weapon. Although Li Jun knew that Tung Qingshan was going out to sea, she subconsciously didn't want to think about these things. Because when she thought about Tung Qingshan leaving, Li Jun felt very uncomfortable. He was going to leave. He was going to leave in the end. Moreover, he would be going out to sea for a long time. In the next few years, she wouldn't be able to see Tung Qingshan. Yes, this afternoon. Little June, after I leave, you will have many fellow disciples and demonic beasts to accompany you in the God of Heaven Mountain. Tung Qingshan comforted. Li Jun smiled and nodded. Yes, my fellow disciples are very good to me. Blackie, White, and a group of demonic beasts listen to me. They are all very obedient. Tung Qingshan noticed that Li Jun's mood wasn't right. Li Jun suddenly clenched her teeth. Her face was so red that it reached her ears. She lowered her voice and said, Big brother Tung. Tung Qingshan looked at Li Jun and asked, What is it? Say it. Li Jun said softly, You're going out to sea. Before she could finish her words. Your Highness, the God of Heaven wants you to bring Lord Huha to the God of Heaven Tower immediately. A loud voice came from below. God of Heaven Tower? Tung Shan was slightly surprised. The god of heaven wants to see me? Li Jun, whose face was completely red, dispelled the words she wanted to say. After a slight hesitation, she said, Big brother Tung, the god of heaven wants to see you. You should come with me to see the god of heaven. In the god of heaven mountain, you can't escape even if you want to. Tung Shan agreed with this point. If an emptiness realm expert wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. It shouldn't be a bad thing that the god of heaven mountain was looking for him. Let's go. Tung Shan immediately walked out of the house. Li Jun followed Tung Shan. On the peak of the god of heaven mountain stood a tall red pagoda, the god of heaven tower. Tung Shan and Li Jun entered the great hall together. With a glance, Tung Shan discovered that in this spacious great hall, other than the maids serving him, there were only the 8 godly generals. Brother Hua, when the 8 godly generals saw Tung Shan, they all stood up simultaneously. They didn't greet Li Jun. Instead, their gazes were fixed on Tung Shan. To the godly generals, Li Jun's status was high, but she was only at the post-liminary realm. Deep in their hearts, these godly generals valued strength more. Being able to defeat the first godly general caused these godly generals to respect the man known as Demon Arata very much. Brother Boralimu, Tung Shan smiled and said, This must be the 5th godly general, Brother Erikir. As for the others, I haven't been in the god of heaven mountain for long, so I don't know them. The first godly general Boralimu patted Tung Shan's shoulder generously and said with a smile, Let me introduce you. This is my 2nd junior martial brother, the 2nd godly general Harrogate. This is my 3rd junior martial brother. Before he finished speaking, footsteps came from the top of the tall pagoda. Teacher is here. Boralimu immediately stood respectfully. The god of heaven is here. Li Jun whispered into Tung Shan's ears. The 8 godly generals, Tung Shan and Li Jun, a total of 10 people, stood respectfully in the great hall and waited. No one dared to make a sound. As the footsteps got closer, Tung Shan saw the elder walking down from the pagoda. The elder wore a loose white cloak and had a round face that was as tender as a baby's face. A smile appeared on the elder's face, and his small eyes were always smiling. When Tung Shan saw the god of heaven's face, he couldn't help but feel happy. At the same time, he had a very good impression of the god of heaven. What's going on? Tung Shan immediately woke up. In his previous life, Tung Shan, who had experienced all kinds of psychedelic drug resistance training, immediately felt that something was wrong. Unbelievable. Just a smile can affect my state of mind. Tung Shan couldn't believe it. The god of heaven smiled and looked at the godly generals. Finally, his gaze fell on Tung Shan and asked, You are Hua? Yes, god of heaven. Tung Shan said respectfully and politely. You are the one who killed nearly 20,000 soldiers of the Golden Wolf Empire, the one who is rumored to be the demon Arata. The god of heaven asked again. Yes. Tung Shan didn't hesitate at all. Which sect are you from? Which sect can produce a disciple like you? The god of heaven continued to ask. No sect. Tung Shan answered. The god of heaven smiled and nodded slightly. Very good. The god of heaven mountain now has 8 godly generals. Do you agree to be the 9th godly general of the god of heaven mountain? Chapter 291. The god's gentle voice reverberated in the hall, but the 8 godly generals stared at the god in astonishment. They simply couldn't believe that the god would say such a thing. The 9th immortal general, Tung Shan, also looked at Sky God with some amazement. Sky God's small eyes were like black crystal jade, making it impossible for people to guess what he was thinking. When the god of heaven saw Tung Shan hesitating, he continued, Hua, you don't belong to any sect. Joining the god of heaven mountain will only bring you benefits. At this moment, Li Jun also revealed a smile. She was the goddess of the god of heaven mountain, and she also hoped that Tung Qingshan would be in the same sect as her. Li Jun looked at Tung Qingshan, who was beside her. Heavenly God, Tung Qingshan said respectfully. Although I don't belong to any faction, I have a master. In his heart, Tung Qingshan didn't want to join the god of Heaven Mountain, even though he had betrayed the Gui Yuan sect. However, in his heart, it was impossible for him to forget his master, Zhuge Yuanhong, Zhuge Yun, Tung Qinghu, and the others. He had already branded himself with a mark of the Gui Yuan sect. Master, the kami is not surprised in the slightest, still smiling and saying, "For you to have such achievements, it would be strange if you didn't have a master. Don't worry, I'm asking you to join the god of Heaven Mountain, but I'm not asking you to be my disciple. Although the 8 godly generals of the god of Heaven Mountain are all my disciples, they're all godly generals. But if you join, I will not force you to take me as your master. I practice Tantric Buddhism, and your cultivation method is obviously different from mine. Moreover, you have also reached the Golden Dan innate realm. At this stage of cultivation, it is impossible to change. I will not allow you to change to Tantric Buddhism." The god of heaven glanced at the first godly general, Boralimu. Boralimu had followed the god of heaven for the longest time, so he immediately understood what the god of heaven meant. He looked at Tung Qingshan and laughed heroically. "Brother Hua, teacher didn't ask you to be his disciple. You're only going to be a divine general. If you become a godly general, it will be very beneficial for Brother Hua when you travel the world in the future. You and I can exchange pointers frequently in the future." Haha, 9th godly general. The 5th godly general, Erikir, also smiled and said, "Brother Hua, if you really become the 9th godly general, you will be the 9th godly general. Our god of Heaven Mountain has 9 godly generals, and you are the strongest among them." When Boralimu heard this, he purposely forced a smile and said, "Junior Marshal Brother, you are right. Brother Hua became the 9th godly general. He is the most powerful godly general." The number of god of Heaven Mountain's godly generals was determined by the length of time they joined the god of Heaven Mountain. It had nothing to do with strength. Hua, the god of heaven, stared at Tung Qingshan. The entire hall quieted down. Whether it was the 8 great godly generals, the god of heaven, or Li Jun, they all looked at Tung Qingshan. Everyone hoped that he would join the god of Heaven Mountain. "I'll let you down, senior heavenly god." Tung Qingshan bowed and said sincerely, "I won't hide anything from the god of heaven. I, Hua, will soon set sail, roam the sea for a while, and cultivate well." He would never stay on the god of Heaven Mountain. "No one will stop you from going to the sea after you become a godly general," the god of heaven said with a smile. Tung Qingshan shook his head. With a distant look in his eyes, he said, "Going to the sea to cultivate is just a process of hard training. In this life, I have been pursuing to step into the emptiness realm. When I step into the emptiness realm, I will establish my own sect and teach my disciples what I have learned. This is what I have always wanted. Therefore, it is impossible for me to join other sects." "Establish your own sect?" The 8 great godly generals were stunned. They then looked at the god of heaven. What kind of status did the god of heaven have? He was an emptiness realm expert. He was an invincible existence on the great prairie. Today, the god of heaven invited Tung Qingshan again and again with a smile on his face. However, Tung Qingshan rejected him again and again. They were worried that their teacher, the god of heaven, would fly into a rage out of humiliation. If he didn't use it for himself, he would become an enemy. There were many people who thought this way. "Big Brother Hua," Li Jun urged in a low voice. Tung Qingshan raised his head and looked at the god of heaven. The smile on the god of heaven's face seemed to have frozen. He stared at Tung Qingshan with his small eyes and seemed very calm. "Hua," the god of heaven's voice became deep and resonated in the great hall. "God of heaven." Tung Qingshan's attitude was very humble. The god of heaven said slowly, "Reach the emptiness realm with your intelligence and talent. As long as you don't slack off, I believe that you will reach the emptiness realm one day. since you want to establish your own sect, as the god of the god of heaven mountain, I will help you. With your relationship with Lady Li Jun, you should know the power behind the god of heaven mountain." Tung Qingshan froze. Although Li Jun didn't say it clearly, Tung Qingshan still knew that the god of heaven mountain was just a branch of the powerful and terrifying dark power. "My disciples and Lady Li Jun all know," the god of heaven said slowly. "In the land of the 9 prefectures, there's a godly palace called the Heavenly God Palace. Aside from the sovereign of the Heavenly God Palace, the God of Heaven has the highest status. I am one of them." When Tung Qingshan heard this, his heart trembled. God of Heaven, emptiness realm expert, one of them? No wonder little June told me that the power of the sect she belongs to is comparable to the Mani Temple. Tung Qingshan immediately understood that this powerful force probably had more than one emptiness realm expert. Besides the God of Heaven, there are also foreign dignitaries in the Heavenly God Palace. The God of Heaven stared at Tung Qingshan and said, "The foreign dignitaries of the Heavenly God Palace are second only to the God of Heaven. However, the foreign dignitaries and the Heavenly God Palace only help each other. They are not completely controlled by the Heavenly God Palace. The foreign dignitaries can be the sovereign of other sections, because they can receive the help of the Heavenly God Palace and be independent of the Heavenly God Palace. It is very difficult to become a foreign dignitary. Currently, the Heavenly God Palace has 2 foreign dignitaries." The God of Heaven's words caused Tung Qingshan to tremble. Actually, Tung Qingshan already knew that if there was light in the world, there would also be darkness. With the existence of the 8 supreme sects, it was not impossible for a powerful force to be hidden in the darkness. However, the strength of this force caused Tung Qingshan to be shocked. Of the 2 foreign dignitaries, one is a senior ancestor of the East Sea, and he is an emptiness realm expert. The other foreign dignitary is the strongest expert of many kingdoms in the Western region, and he secretly controls a few kingdoms. Although he is only in the Golden Dan and Nate realm, in terms of strength, he is definitely among the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. The God of Heaven did not hide anything. When Tung Qingshan heard this, he gasped. Of the 2 foreign dignitaries, one was an emptiness realm expert of the East Sea, and the other was the strongest expert of the Western region. Neither the East Sea nor the Western region could be considered as part of the 9 prefectures. Naturally, they were not included in the heavenly ranking. The relationship between the foreign dignitaries and the Heavenly God Palace is like an alliance. They are not superior and subordinate. They help each other. As the God of Heaven, I have the only chance to choose a foreign dignitary." The God of Heaven stared at Tung Qingshan and said, "Hua, are you willing to be the foreign dignitary of the Heavenly God Palace?" Tung Qingshan held his breath as he listened. The God of Heaven really thought highly of him. The Heavenly God Palace only had 2 foreign dignitaries, and every foreign dignitary was a formidable figure. The senior ancestor of the East Sea, the ruler of the Western region, and the third was Tung Qingshan, Big Brother Hua. Li Jun immediately lowered her voice and said hastily, "The position of foreign dignitary is only less powerful than the God of Heaven. It's even more powerful than the core disciples and the godly generals. I can agree to this." The 8 godly generals looked at Tung Qingshan enviously. However, they were not jealous, because Tung Qingshan's strength had convinced them, and it was obvious that Tung Qingshan was young. Although most innate experts did not look old, everyone could tell from their hair and temperament. For example, Zhao Danshan and Borlimu did not look old. However, Zhao Danshan's hair was silver, and Borlimu's sideburns were white. Secondly, these people who were close to the end of their lifespans all had an aura of lethargy. They did not have the vigor of young people. Although it was illusory, innate experts could tell. "Thank you, God of Heaven, for thinking highly of me." Tung Qingshan bowed and said, "As a foreign dignitary, if I were to establish my own sect or join other sects in the future, the heavenly God Palace would not stop me, right? Of course not. The God of Heaven smiled and nodded. A foreign dignitary, as the name suggests, is a guest. Tung Shan clearly knew how terrifying it was for such a powerful force to be hidden in the land of the 9 prefectures without letting anyone know. Befriending such a dark force would only bring benefits to future operations. Thank you, God of Heaven, for thinking highly of me. I agree to the position of foreign dignitary. Tung Shan nodded. The God of Heaven's smile grew brighter. The God of Heaven was an old man who had lived for over 400 years. He had built the God of Heaven mountain with his own hands. How powerful was his judgment! The God of Heaven had already judged the potential of the young man before him. The young man would become an emptiness realm expert in the future. To the heavenly God Palace, having an emptiness realm expert as a foreign dignitary would only bring benefits. Laughter filled the great hall of the God of Heaven Tower. Everyone congratulated Tung Shan, honored as a foreign dignitary. From this, it could be seen how much the God of Heaven valued Tung Shan. Even the God of Heaven himself only had the right to choose a foreign dignitary once. Hua, the God of Heaven took out a green token from his bosom. This is the token of a foreign dignitary. It represents your identity. As the God of Heaven spoke, he threw the medallion towards Tung Shan. The medallion flew over lightly, as if there was an invisible hand holding it. Finally, the medallion floated in front of Tung Shan. Tung Shan extended his hand and caught the token. Upon closer inspection, the foreign dignitary token was entirely green and seemed to be made of jadeite. Holding it in his hand, Tung Shan could faintly feel a warmth being transmitted into his body, making him feel comfortable. The material of the foreign dignitary token is a large piece of jade core, nurtured from the chalcedony of a jade mountain on an island in the East Sea. This token was carved from part of the jade core. If you wear it for a long time, it can clear your meridians and nourish your spirit. The God of Heaven smiled and said, even if you have an ordinary aptitude, it won't be difficult for you to clear all the meridians if you wear it. Tung Shan stared at the token in his hand in astonishment. Jade Mountain? The jade core nurtured from the chalcedony? Drinking a little of the 10,000 years chalcedony can clear all the meridians in one's body. The jade core nurtured from the chalcedony has an even more amazing effect. The heavenly God Palace is indeed rich. Tung Shan exclaimed inwardly. Compared to the heavenly God Palace, the Gui Yuan sect that he used to stay in was 10 or even 100 times worse. Li Jun, who was at the side, winked at Tung Shan. Tung Shan smiled faintly. The foreign dignitary of the heavenly God Palace would wait for him to return from the northern sea continent. The assistance of the dark forces of the heavenly God Palace would be of great benefit to him in helping the Gui Yuan sect. Hua has already become the foreign dignitary of the heavenly God Palace. This matter is settled. Everyone, the last time I came out of my secluded cultivation, we talked about the heavenly rock island. Now it's time to take action, the God of Heaven said. Chapter 292, Heavenly Rock Island. Tung Shan was slightly surprised and confused. Li Jun, who was at the side, whispered, Heavenly Rock Island is a small island in the North Sea. Because there's a silver mine on the island and the heavenly dazzling silver mine, which is 100 times more precious, Snowhawk Hall and the God of Heaven Mountain excavated it together. Snowhawk Hall gets 60% of the excavated ore. The God of Heaven Mountain gets 40%. Tung Shan was secretly surprised. With the strength of the God of Heaven Mountain, it only occupied 40% of the total. Teacher, I have long disliked the people of Snowhawk Hall. Boralimu's tiger-like eyes were filled with anger as he said, since the sovereign has given the order, we must teach Snowhawk Hall a lesson. We must let these arrogant people know that the God of Heaven Mountain has the final say on the great prairie. Eldest Marshall Brother is right. We must teach them a lesson. The third godly general's eyes were fierce as he said with hatred, "We must let them know that the islands in the North Sea are under our control. They can forget about interfering. Teacher, I will take some people to solve the problem of Heavenly Rock Island." "I will do it." Even the fifth godly general Erikir hastily said. The godly generals volunteered. It was obvious that they didn't like Snowhawk Hall. After all, only Snowhawk Hall dared to fight against the god of Heaven Mountain on the Great Prairie. "Ha!" The god of heaven revealed a bright smile and laughed loudly. "The Battle of Heavenly Rock Island is our first battle against Snowhawk Hall. Since it is our first battle, we must win beautifully. This matter will be handed over to your eldest martial brother Boralimu. Boralimu, take 5,000 soldiers and head to Heavenly Rock Island by boat." Also, the god of heaven looked at Tung Shan. Tung Shan looked confused. "Hoo-ha," the god of heaven said with a smile. "Aren't you going out to sea? Heavenly Rock Island is in the North Sea. This time, you will accompany Boralimu to Heavenly Rock Island. After this battle, you can choose a boat from Heavenly Rock Island and head out to sea." Boralimu walked to Tung Shan's side and said, "Brother Hoo-ha, if you depart with me, Snowhawk Hall will definitely be finished." Snowhawk Hall? Tung Shan's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for the few members of the Snowhawk Hall who were circling high in the sky and searching for him in the Great Yin Mountain, Tung Shan would have slipped away without a trace. After that, he hid in the black armored corps. It was someone from the Snowhawk Hall who shouted. If not for them, Ching wouldn't have died. "All right, Boralimu, I will go with you." Tung Shan immediately agreed. In any case, it was along the way, and he would head to Heavenly Rock Island. Once the matter was settled, he could head north from Heavenly Rock Island. "Ha, great!" Boralimu laughed heartily as he patted Tung Shan's shoulder. Hearing Tung Shan's reply, the god of heaven nodded slightly and said, "It's better to do this as soon as possible. Boralimu, go pass down the order. We will immediately depart for the North Sea in 2 hours. At the same time, order all the ships to be ready. Once the army reaches the coast, they can board the ships and set sail. Teacher, leave this matter to me." Boralimu patted his chest and said, "God of heaven." Suddenly, a clear voice rang. In the great hall, the 8 godly generals, Tung Shan, and the god of heaven all looked at the person who spoke. It was Li Jun. Li Jun said, "In the battle of Heavenly Rock Island, many soldiers will die in the battle. I think that with the help of the 2 fierce wind divine eagles who can breathe fire, the troops of Snowhawk Hall will probably put down their weapons and surrender. In a group battle, the fierce wind divine eagles are more useful than the Golden Dan and Nate experts." Everyone nodded in agreement with her words. In a group battle, demonic beasts were indeed very useful. For example, although the Emptiness Realm experts were powerful, they had to slowly kill the elite troops. It was impossible for them to kill hundreds or thousands of people at once. However, the Flood Dragon Violet Rain, which had reached Emptiness Realm culmination, could easily kill over 10,000 soldiers by breathing cold air. The heavens prevented demonic beasts from reaching the omnipotent realm. However, the heavens gave demonic beasts an advantage in terms of lifespan and talent. For example, the demonic beast Violet Rain and the golden dragon turtle were both demonic beasts that had lived since the era of Emperor Yu. However, 4 omnipotent experts had been born in the land of the 9 prefectures, but the Flood Dragon Violet Rain and the Golden Dragon Turtle were still alive. The heavens were fair. If you lose something, the heavens would compensate you with something else. God of heaven, I plan to take the 2 fierce wind divine eagles and go to Heavenly Rock Island with the first godly general and the others. Li Jun said. The god of heaven looked at Li Jun and then at Hoo-ha. He then smiled and nodded. Since you have the intention, then take the 2 fierce wind divine eagles and the army and depart. The god of heaven swept his gaze across the crowd and said, Boralimu, Hoo-ha, Li Jun, get ready to depart. Now disperse. With this, the god of heaven turned and left through the side door. Tung Shan looked at the graceful figure clothed in a white, cloak beside him. He felt slightly complicated. He understood. Li Jun suddenly requested to take the fierce wind-divine eagles to Heavenly Rock Island because she wanted to stay with him for a few more days. This little girl. Tung Qing Shan sighed. Big brother hoo-ha. Li Jun looked at Tung Qing Shan and smiled. Let's get ready. We will depart in 2 hours. Seeing Li Jun's happy expression, Tung Qing Shan couldn't say much and could only nod his head. On the prairie, the mighty army was like a flood of iron and steel, galloping on the prairie and advancing northward at a rapid speed. There were 2 divine condors circling above the army. Although the war horses were fast, they were much slower than the godly eagles. On the back of the godly eagles, Tung Qing Shan was carrying a bag and holding the dark blaze rod as he sat on the back of the godly eagle. Beside him, Li Jun, who was wearing a light green battle armor, was sitting on the back of the white female godly eagle. Little Jun, Qing, Tung Qing Shan looked at Li Jun, who had changed into a new set of battle armor. He couldn't help but think of Qing. Back then, Qing was also wearing a light green battle armor. Moreover, these 2 ladies both had feelings for him. Qing was as pure as a snow lotus on the heavenly mountain. Little Jun had experienced so many hardships, so she was wiser and more decisive than Qing. During his time on the God of Heaven Mountain, Tung Qing Shan could feel Li Jun's feelings for him. However, because of this, Tung Qing Shan didn't want to get too involved. If little Jun wants to go to Heavenly Rock Island with me, then let's go together. At least there won't be any danger there. Moreover, after Heavenly Rock Island, I will go to the sea alone. I'm afraid that it will be a long time before we meet again. Tung Qing Shan actually felt that he owed these ladies a lot. Big brother Tung. Li Jun asked with a smile, you want to go to the sea and cultivate for several years, or even longer. However, won't you feel uncomfortable staying in the vast sea for so long? Of course, it would be uncomfortable to drift in the sea for so long. However, Tung Qing Shan's real purpose wasn't to drift in the sea, but to go to the end of the North Sea, to the faraway North Sea continent. It's just for cultivation. Tung Qing Shan didn't say anything else. If Li Jun smiled as she looked at Tung Qing Shan and said, Big brother Tung, if you drift in the sea, would it be better if someone went with you? Tung Qing Shan was shocked. Could it be that Li Jun wanted to go with him? That wouldn't do. He had to stop this idea of hers. I am cultivating. Why would I need someone to accompany me? Tung Qing Shan frowned and said discontentedly, Moreover, I will occasionally dive into the depths of the sea to cultivate. It will be troublesome to have an extra burden. Li Jun nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. Voila! At the mouth of the North Sea, waves of seawater slapped against the shore. Numerous pitch-black ships were anchored at the mouth of the sea. A great number of soldiers rapidly boarded the ships like ants. Tung Qing Shan and Boralimu stood on the shore and watched the soldiers board the ships. 5,000 soldiers and 10 ships. Tung Qing Shan looked at the ships and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At the side, Boralimu smiled and said, This ship is the battleship class of the God of Heaven Mountain. It is over 40 zhang long and 16 zhang wide. There are 26 cabins inside, and the entire ship is built with ironwood. This ironwood is harder than steel, but it is much lighter. It is most suitable for building ships. This is a real battleship, Tung Qing Shan exclaimed in his heart. 10 battleships, if converted, would be over 100 meters long and 40 meters wide. Such a huge ship was very rare in the history of China, in Tung Qing Shan's previous life. It seemed like only the legendary treasure ship that Zheng He sailed to the Western Ocean could compare to it. However, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the materials were much better. When I was in Yangzhou, Li Jun, who was at the side, also exclaimed in surprise, The merchant ships in the Yuyang Grand Canal are much smaller than these ships. These ships look like small islands. The 100-meter-long ships were indeed very shocking in front of them. This is an ocean ship. Those are small boats in the rivers. How can they compare? Let's board the ship. Boralimu smiled and said. Immediately, Tung Qingshan, Li Jun, Boralimu, and the two fierce wind divine eagles boarded a battleship. As the voice echoed in the sky, the sails of the 10 battleships rose. Many soldiers obeyed the command and rowed the thick and long oars. The 10 battleships then set sail. The 5,000 soldiers selected this time obviously knew this. In the boundless North Sea, it was already the evening of the second day since the battleships set sail. Voila! The seawater was dark and gloomy, and there was a fishy smell. Tung Qingshan stood on the deck and looked ahead. Boralimu and Li Jun were also at the side. Li Jun sighed softly. The sea is truly boundless. Does anyone know if the North Sea has an end? The end of the North Sea? Boralimu, who was at the side, shook his head and smiled. I have never heard of an end to the North Sea. There were also many merchants and warriors who took the risk. However, many people who went deep into the North Sea died and didn't come back alive. Even if they came back alive, it was still a boundless sea after traveling 10 or 20,000 li. Tung Qingshan opened his mouth and asked, How far are we from Heavenly Rock Island? It's summer now, and we have the wind with us. The speed of the ship is very fast. With this speed, we will arrive at Heavenly Rock Island before dawn tomorrow. Boralima said, looking at the gloomy seawater ahead. Tung Qingshan suddenly realized that there was a completely greenish-gray monster in the distance. Tung Qingshan could barely see through the seawater with his dark vision. This is a shark? This monster indeed looked like a shark, but it was much longer. Voila! The monster swam towards the battleship from afar. Its towering dorsal fin broke through the water. How powerful was Boralimu? Of course, he also noticed it, and his expression changed. Oh no, it's a thunder whale. Northern Sea thunder whale. Chapter 293. Northern Sea thunder whale? Tung Qingshan increasingly felt that the book he had read about demon beasts was lacking in information. The enormous North Sea thunder whale broke through the water like a battleship, dashing towards the battleship on the left of Tung Qingshan's group. How can I be so unlucky? Boralimu widened his eyes as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the long spear in the hands of a soldier beside him. Boralimu snorted and threw his long spear. Shwa! Like a bolt of lightning, it shot towards a North Sea thunder whale. Chi-chi, a large amount of green light from a Northern Sea thunder whale's body flowed to its dorsal fin and finally gathered at the tip of its dorsal fin. With a poo sound, a thick and long bolt of lightning quickly shot towards the incoming spear. Pung! The long spear was struck by the lightning and exploded. The Northern Sea thunder whale, which was originally sprinting at top speed in the sea, suddenly stopped. Its black eyes looked towards Boralimu, who was on a ship. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a few rows of sharp teeth, and let out a deep roar. Evil creature, are you courting death? Boralimu roared angrily. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the ship. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw Li Jun emitting roars at the Northern Sea thunder whale. However, her roars were much softer. Roar! The Northern Sea thunder whale stared at Li Jun and happily responded a few times. Immediately after, it flipped over and slapped the water with its tail fin, scuttling to the bottom of the sea and disappearing. Only the surging seawater was left. Seeing the Northern Sea thunder whale leave, the soldiers on the deck heaved a sigh of relief. The inborn experts wouldn't care if they had to fight with a Northern Sea thunder whale. However, once the armored soldiers fell into the water, they would be in trouble. On the deck, Boralima laughed and said, This time, it is all thanks to the goddess. Even without me, Big Brother Boralimu can easily deal with this thunder whale. Li Jun said modestly. Boralimu shook his head and hastily said, It's not that simple. Although the thunder whale was not strong and was only comparable to an emptiness Dan innate expert, its strength was still comparable to a Shudan innate expert. If a true Dan innate expert fought to the death, he would be able to kill it. However, in the sea, Its speed is much faster than humans. It was impossible to catch up to it, but if it wanted to launch a sneak attack, all it had to do was slam into it from the bottom of the water, and it would be able to cause the ship to crack and sink. He destroyed a warship so easily. To deal with the Northern Sea thunder whale, it's best to scare it. Boralimu smiled and said, just like what I did just now, to let it know my strength. However, even if it knew, it would not be willing to let the lightning strike it twice before it ran away. If the lightning strikes it twice, I'm afraid some of us will die. Even a ship was about to sink. Goddess, do you think I should thank you? The Northern Sea thunder whale was a demonic beast with human intelligence. Seeing Boralimu's throw, one could guess how powerful Boralimu was. Old brother Boralimu, we have only been out at sea for a day, and we have already encountered a Northern Sea thunder whale. Looks like there are quite a few demon beasts in the North Sea. Tung Shan suddenly realized that his journey to the sea in the future might not be as simple as Emperor Yu had said. Boralimu smiled and said, Northern Sea thunder whales would occasionally appear in the sea around Heavenly Rock Island. However, we would only encounter one occasionally if we were unlucky. Normally, we wouldn't be able to encounter one. Of course, this is the coastal sea. Boralimu continued. If we sail towards the north, it would be strange if there weren't any powerful demonic beasts in the boundless North Sea. Tung Shan listened and nodded. Demonic beasts were born because the spiritual qi was abundant. There were so many demonic beasts in the land of the 9 prefectures. The area of the North Sea was much larger than the land of the 9 prefectures, even though the density of demonic beasts was much lower. The total number of demonic beasts was probably even more shocking. Emperor Yu, oh Emperor Yu, he probably hoped that the person who obtained the splitting mountain axe would go to the Northern Sea continent. Therefore, he completely ignored the dangers of going to the sea. Tung Shan shook his head. The 10 warships rode the wind and the waves as they sped towards Heavenly Rock Island. Along the way, the 10 warships used some islands as reference points and occasionally adjusted the direction of the sails to correct the direction of the ships. Besides the Northern Sea thunder whale that appeared earlier, no other dangers appeared on the rest of the journey. At dawn, the surface of the sea was gray. The 10 warships had already arrived at the southern shore of Heavenly Rock Island. Honorable Godly General, the soldiers will be able to disembark in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Beside Boralimu, a black-bearded man wearing a helmet spoke. Soon, the warships stopped and were connected to the shore using thick wooden planks. The soldiers began to disembark. General Liu, Tung Shan looked at the black-bearded man beside him. My lord, the general greeted respectfully. Tung Shan nodded and said, this Heavenly Rock Island has a circumference of 100 li. There should be some small boats, right? The black-bearded man nodded and said, this is an island. Of course there will be many ships. Tung Shan instructed, after we disembark, make the necessary arrangements. Prepare a sturdy small boat. I plan to use it when I go to the sea alone. Remember, the material of the small boat must be good, and the sails must be strong enough. Don't let it collide with the reef and shatter. Brother Hua, why are you in such a hurry? Boralimu was slightly surprised. The battle on Heavenly Rock Island will be very simple. After the battle, I will prepare to depart. Now, I just need to make the necessary arrangements. Tung Shan said with a faint smile. Li Jun, who was at the side, looked at Tung Shan silently. Boralimu said to the black-bearded man, did you hear that? Find the sturdiest ship. It doesn't have to be too big, but it has to be sturdy. The sails. It's best to use natural silk to weave and be strong enough. Don't worry, my lord. The black-bearded man hastily said, since it's a single ship, even if I send someone to build a new one, it won't take more than a few days. Plus, there are many ships on the island. Also, the entire body of the ship is made of steel. As long as it doesn't carry a lot of cargo, it can be used. Tung Shan listened and nodded. At this moment, clack, 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 a silhouette moved along the wooden planks and quickly rushed onto the ship. This person was dressed in a gray robe and wore a tattered felt hat on his head. He was a skinny man with dark skin and a pair of spirited eyes. "Lord, godly general," the skinny man said respectfully. Boralimu smiled at Tung Chingshan and said, "This is the leader of our God of Heaven Mountain's intelligence station on Heavenly Rock Island. Wu Erhan. Wu Erhan, tell me the current situation of the troops of Snowhawk Hall on the island." The skinny man said respectfully, "Snowhawk Hall currently has 3,000 elite soldiers and 10,000 ordinary soldiers on the island. Miners are not included. The current elder of Snowhawk Hall station on the island is called Wan Tuyo. He's a Golden Dan innate expert." "Wan Tuyo?" Tung Chingshan frowned and said. "Yes, Wan Tuyo." The skinny man hastily answered. "What's wrong, brother Hua?" Boralima looked at Tung Chingshan. Tung Chingshan shook his head and said, "Nothing." Li Jun, who was at the side, glanced at Tung Chingshan. Others might not know, but she knew clearly. Back in the Great Yin Mountain, the leader of the troops sent by Snowhawk Hall, Elder Wan, was called Wan Tuyo. Could it be such a coincidence that he's here? Tung Chingshan thought to himself. "Come, let's go down," Boralima said. Li Jun smiled and said, "Big brother Hua, you and I will ride on black and white. We can easily see what's happening on the ground from high up in the sky." Boralimu stopped and smiled. "You guys are really comfortable." "Yes, I'll go down first." Boralimu led the troops down while Tung Chingshan and Li Jun sat on the back of the fierce wind godly eagles. The black and white fierce wind godly eagles, who had been on the ship for 2 days, didn't cry. They directly soared into the sky and reached the sky above Heavenly Rock Island. On the second floor of an exquisite building on Heavenly Rock Island, phew, the cold wind blew outside. On the bed in the room, a cold-looking elder with a hooked nose was sitting on the bed with his upper body naked. He leaned against the bed frame and covered himself with a warm blanket. Beside him, a beautiful young married woman with snow-white skin slept. The young married woman opened her sleepy eyes and looked around. She chuckled and reached out her hand to touch the chest of the cold-looking elder. "Sleep a little longer," the elder yelled in a low voice. "Oh." The young married woman was very obedient and shrunk under the blanket. The hook-nosed old man grabbed the scimitar beside the bed. As a Golden Dan innate expert, although he didn't need to abstain from lust, he definitely had a sincere heart toward the way of martial arts, since he was able to reach the Golden Dan innate realm. Zhuge Yuanhong's sword. The hooked-nosed elder recalled the scene in the Great Yin Mountain. That silky, misty, and dreamlike sword actually cut off one of Zhao Danchen's arms, forced Guillaume back, and severely injured Wan Tuyo. If I was alone, I'm afraid I would already be dead. The hook-nosed old man touched the hideous scar on his chest. This was left behind by Zhuge Yuanhong's sword. The new heavenly ranking has already ranked Zhuge Yuanhong as the 3rd in the heavenly ranking. Wan Tuyo, will I ever be able to step into the emptiness realm in this lifetime? Wan Tuyo waved the scimitar in his hand lightly. The surface of the scimitar reflected a chilling blade light. Phew. The scimitar in Wan Tuyo's hand seemed to have a life of its own as it danced in the air. However, Wan Tuyo merely squinted his eyes, and his expression remained unchanged. Wan Tuyo's ears twitched. Phew. Wan Tuyo lifted the blanket and quickly got out of bed. He then grabbed his clothes and put them on. The charming young married woman on the bed wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and muttered, "The sun hasn't risen yet." "Elder, elder!" Shouts came from outside. Creak. Wan Tuyo opened the door and leaped down from the 2nd floor. He looked at the frightened people downstairs and shouted with a frown, "What's going on in the south? Why do I hear chaotic noises?" Snowhawk Hall had controlled the islands of the North Sea for over 1,000 years. Even when the God of Heaven Mountain was established, it had never directly confronted Snowhawk Hall. Because it had been too long, the people of Snowhawk Hall never thought that the God of Heaven Mountain would dare to attack them. This was also, why did Snowhawk Hall, who was far away in the 9 prefectures, dare to take 60% of the shares and only give 40% to the God of Heaven Mountain? It was because they were used to being superior. Even though they knew that the god of Heaven Mountain was very powerful, even though they knew that the god of Heaven Mountain had an emptiness realm expert, it's the god of Heaven Mountain. One of the men wearing black armor said in panic, Elder, a large number of troops from the god of Heaven Mountain are coming. What? Wan Tio's facial expression changed. How is this possible? 10 warships arrived on the island earlier. However, we were only suspicious at that time. Soon, however, they took action. Elder, we only have 3,000 elite soldiers. How can we defend against them? Another bald man with braids said anxiously. Wan Tio's facial expression changed as he said, The god of Heaven Mountain is really audacious. Chapter 294. On Heavenly Rock Island, the naval reinforcements of the god of Heaven Mountain met up with the original garrison troops. They split into teams and advanced continuously. Honorable Godly General, Wan Tio is at the half-lunar gorge. Boralimu strode forward with big steps. Beside him, the intelligence chief, named Wu Erhin, kept explaining to Boralimu. On both sides of Boralimu and behind him, there were a large number of elite soldiers. Dozens of squads were like sharp arrows, advancing continuously. The team that Boralimu was in was naturally the core team. They advanced rapidly towards the half-lunar gorge. What are you doing? A guard of Snowhawk Hall raised the long spear in his hand. Still want to resist? A personal guard beside Boralimu laughed hideously. He moved and pounced toward the guard. With a flash of his saber, the head of the guard of Snowhawk Hall was sent flying. One was a personal guard of the elite team, while the other was an ordinary guard. The difference in strength was too great. TSK Tisk. This personal guard licked the blood on his saber and laughed sinisterly. He looked at the other guards who gathered together in fear and said in a deep voice, Kill all those who resist. Those who surrender will not be killed. When the ordinary guards saw this extremely ferocious army, they were so frightened that they immediately put down their weapons. Heavens! Heavenly Rock Island hadn't had a battle for many years. These guards were only there to supervise and beat up the miners. They were ruthless. However, to let them fight against a powerful elite army was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Duh, duh, duh. With swift footsteps, the orderly army quickly passed by this mining spot. These ordinary guards were nothing in the eyes of the elite soldiers of the god of Heaven Mountain. Boralimu advanced for a while, and advanced with irresistible force. It had been 1 hour since they entered Heavenly Rock Island. Honorable Godly General, we have conquered the eastern mine. A loud roar came from afar. When Boralimu heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Wu Erhin, who was beside him, laughed and said, Honorable Godly General, we have conquered the southern and eastern mines. With this speed, we will be able to eliminate the enemies within 2 hours. Suddenly kill, kill. Suddenly, a series of shouts rose from the distance. The shouts sounded like the howls of a pack of mad wolves. The shouts were mixed with the puffing sounds of blood splashing and the sounds of bones breaking. Lord God General, it's half-lunar gorge. Wu Erhun said in shock. A cold smile appeared on Boralimu's face as he said, Looks like the people of Snowhawk Hall aren't willing to admit defeat. That's right. They are from the 8 supreme sects of the 9 prefectures. How amazing is he? How can he be willing to bow down to us so easily? Pass on the order. Kill with all your might. All teams from the god of Heaven Mountain, head to the Half-Moon Gorge. Attack! A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Roar, kill those bastards. One by one, the teams let out howls and quickly moved towards the Half-Moon Gorge. Ha! Boralimu grabbed his divine pestle and immediately sped up. He transformed into an afterimage as he dashed towards the half-lunar gorge. Faster to Snowhawk Hall, I'm coming. Wash your necks and let me slaughter you. Half-Moon Gorge. In the past, this was the place where the higher-ups of Snowhawk Hall rested when they were stationed here. The exquisite pavilions were built very beautifully. The winding river flowed, and the scenery was very moving. However, today, the pavilions collapsed one by one, and the walls were covered with dark red bloodstains that had yet to dry up. On the ground, minced meat, broken bones, and shattered armors could be seen everywhere. The originally clear river was also completely dyed red. F***CK. Die. A bald, brawny man roared ferociously as he fiercely swung the machete in his hand towards a soldier in front of him. Poochie. The saber directly penetrated the original wound on the armor and cut deeper. Ah! The helmeted soldier let out a deep roar. Before he died, he wanted to attack his opponent. However, the bald, brawny man fiercely kicked the soldier's abdomen. Bang! The soldier was kicked away and fell to the ground. Fresh blood and shattered internal organs flowed out from the wound on his body. However, at this moment, a machete fiercely struck the bald, brawny man's head. Pooh! His head was split open. After a bearded soldier wearing a helmet hacked the bald, brawny man to death, he roared and charged towards the others. This was a battlefield, not one-on-one. This was only the scene on the half-lunar gorge. Due to the geographical advantage and the leadership of the Golden Dan innate elder Wan Tio, the 3,000 elite soldiers of Snowhawk Hall were able to resist the attack of the army of the god of Heaven Mountain. The first godly General Boralimu arrived at the half-lunar gorge. When he saw the scene before him, his facial expression changed slightly. Honorable godly general. An officer controlling the battle from behind saw Boralimu and hastily ran over. He said anxiously, "We have gathered 4,000 soldiers here, and Snowhawk Hall has 3,000. In addition, they have occupied some important points in the beginning. Most importantly, that Elder Wan Tuyo, who is stationed on the island, is too ruthless. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, according to my observation, we have lost around 200 people." Oh! Boralimu held a godly pestle and strode forward. At the same time, he raised his head and roared, "Brother Hoo-ha, where's the godly eagle? Why aren't you coming?" No matter how powerful the Golden Dan innate experts were, their true origin was limited. In group battles, they weren't as powerful as demonic beasts. "Brother Boralimu, don't worry." A hearty laughter came from high up in the sky. Screech, screech, two sharp and sonorous screeches pierced through the sky. Two enormous godly eagles suddenly swooped down from the sky. At the critical point of the checkpoint, Wan Tuyo, who was covered in blood, raised his head and his facial expression changed drastically. Fierce wind, godly eagles. Are they fierce wind, godly eagles of the Golden Dan innate realm? And there are two of them? Wan Tuyo instantly felt despair as he thought to himself. The voice just now said Boralimu, the first godly General Boralimu. Wan Tuyo was shocked and angry. Phew! The two fierce wind, celestial eagles swooped down. Then, they directly spat out flames at the soldiers of Snowhawk Hall who were occupying the important checkpoints. Streams of white flames swept over. Screams rang out. Even some heavy armors were burnt to a crisp. Many stones were burnt and cracked. With just a few streaks of flames, more than 100 elite soldiers were killed. If these heavily armored soldiers were to fight head-on, it would be difficult for them to die unless they lost their helmets or were severely injured. However, under the flames, they would definitely die. Sitting on the back of the black, fierce wind, godly eagle, Tung Qingshan sighed as he looked at the soldiers of Snowhawk Hall who were on the verge of collapsing as they were burned by the flames. Little June, can these fierce wind, godly eagles control the power of the flames? Tung Qingshan asked. In the past, the red-scaled beast of the Emptiness Dan innate realm could spit out such power. Li Jun nodded and said, "Of course. The fierce wind, godly eagle has the strongest origin flame, which is black in color. Even the fierce wind, godly eagle can only spit out a dozen or so black flames. As for this kind of white flame, the fierce wind, godly eagle can spit out dozens of times without any problems." Tung Qingshan nodded and lowered his head to look at the half-lunar gorge below. Boralimu, an angry roar sounded. Why does the god of Heaven Mountain want to kill the men of Snowhawk Hall? Could it be that the god of Heaven Mountain wants to provoke a war between us? Haha, Wantuyo, the people I killed are your men. So what if I provoke a war? Do you think that the god of Heaven Mountain is afraid of your Snowhawk Hall? Boralimu's arrogant laughter reverberated in the sky above the half-lunar gorge. Tung Qingshan's gaze instantly locked onto the blood-stained elder with an aquiline nose. It's him. Scenes appeared in Tung Qingshan's mind. It was this Elder One of Snowhawk Hall who was searching for him in the sky. It was also this Elder One who teamed up with Zhao Danshun, Guyong, and the others to kill him. However, they were blocked by his teacher, Zhuge Yuanhong, and were severely injured by Zhuge Yuanhong. Let's settle this once. Tung Qingshan's gaze turned serious. With the dark blaze rod in his hand, he leaped down from the eagle's back. Whoosh! Like a meteorite crashing down rapidly, Tung Qingshan landed and stepped on the chest of a soldier of Snowhawk Hall, pushing him into the stone pit. The heavy armor was dented and fresh blood seeped out from the heavy armor. Older brother Boralimu, Tung Qingshan roared. Leave this Wantuyo to me. Ha! Brother Hoo-ha. You want to teach him a lesson? Forget it. I'll leave this Wantuyo to you. Boralimu laughed from afar. At this moment, Tung Qingshan was in the camp of Snowhawk Hall and was surrounded by soldiers of Snowhawk Hall. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Wantuyo laughed wildly. Although he was afraid of Boralimu, he was still confident against an unknown Hoo-ha. After all, he didn't think it would be easy to find a Golden Dan innate expert who was stronger than him. Wantuyo. Tung Qingshan raised the dark blaze rod and pointed at Wantuyo. Next year, today will be your death anniversary. Kill him. Wantuyo shouted angrily. How arrogant! The surrounding soldiers of Snowhawk Hall howled as they charged towards Tung Qingshan. Even an innate expert would die if he was surrounded by a large number of heavily armored soldiers. Tung Qingshan held the dark blaze rod and waved it. Bang! Fresh blood splattered as a dozen soldiers were sent flying. Phew! Tung Qingshan waved again, and another group of soldiers were sent flying. They were either dead or crippled. He waved to the left and then to the right. Tung Qingshan seemed to be sweeping the floor as he strode towards Wantuyo like a prehistoric demon god. These soldiers were like ants to him. Bang! Bang! The sounds of the rod being waved and the miserable screams caused the soldiers of Snowhawk Hall who had been slaughtered by the flames of the fierce wind, divine eagle, to finally collapse. All the soldiers immediately moved far away from this demon god. Tung Qingshan strode towards Wantuyo, and the so-called elite soldiers couldn't stop him at all. When did the god of Heaven Mountain have such a powerful expert? Could he be the demon Arata, who slaughtered 20,000 soldiers of the Golden Wolf Empire? No, the demon Arata isn't a member of the god of Heaven Mountain. The god of Heaven Mountain only has 8 godly generals. Seeing Tung Qingshan approaching rapidly, Wantuyo's facial expression changed slightly. He pointed at Tung Qingshan and shouted, Who are you? Tung Qingshan's dark blaze rod was stained with blood as he grinned at Wantuyo and said, The person who wants your life. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.